Hi guys, welcome back. Banco Casino, the Festival Series 2023. We're bringing you another live stream. Today, Cash Game Challenge is back. We're doing 5-5 Texas Hold'em and for 2 hours, and then we'll back with 5-5 PLO action. And we've been promised some notable names on these tables tonight, amongst others. Frankie might be joining for the PLO. That's something to look forward to. And just about to start the stream. Me and George Sanford will be your host for tonight. Let's go. And look at us.
Hey,
here we are. This is us, George Sanford, Andreas Weisguy, Hoagland in the booth. And how are you feeling, George?
Yeah, feeling fresh and ready. Looking forward to some cash game action, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And we're going to be getting things kicked off with some 5-5 Hold'em. We're about a half an hour delay, but we can hear lots of fun and loud people on the table having a good time.
I think so, yeah.
Let's
get into the action, boys and girls. Here they are, our lineup for tonight. Maybe not the full table just yet, but they're just coming into the table.
Yeah,
and
we've got some streamers from Casino Together, or is it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the partner of the festival, Casino Together. They're here, a couple of them. Yes, at least as we can see, some of them have been on the stream before, and I met some of the guys in the other events. And we also see Zintars, who was leading the Cash Game Challenge after the 2 first rounds. But yesterday we had a guy who crushed the table, and did he win like 1,000 big blinds? Yeah.
Yes, Danius from Lithuania. He won about 1,500 big blinds. So these guys are going to have to win about 5.5k to have any chance of that. Let's have a look at the stacks. It looks like everyone's sat with around 100 bigs so far. So will be interesting to see. I mean, the game would have to be pretty wild to match that. Florian sat there quite deep with 1k. Okay, so there are a couple of guys with 200 big blinds, so things could certainly happen. And we have a nice little raid from Just Betty Flo, who I believe is one of the players on the table right now.
All right, welcome to the stream, guys.
Yes, opening it up with the ace-5 in the cutoff. No, flatting potentially. What have we got going on here? Yeah, an open from Gilliam. And a flat from Florian, and Tarzan is going to complete and flop a set. Good start.
Look at this for a start, yeah? And boating on the turn, although not much for the other players in the hand, so might not see too much action as he makes it 15 to go, I think. Yeah. Tarzan bets 15. And is anyone going to get tricky? Guillaume folding, Florian at least thinking about it. Yeah, grabbing some chips. Let's see a turn, or a river, sorry. So 80 in the middle as the 7 completes on the river, so no help for Florian, luckily for him. So probably not likely to lose any more money in this pot.
No, just the ace high here. Not really having any additional equity and facing the what looks to be the second barrel, of course, from the full house. We saw Tarzan play a good game yesterday in the PLO, and he's back for some Hold'em, and he's going to go for the overbet, and looks like Florian is wary that that's going to be a better hand.
Yeah.
And he does get out the way. And bienvenue à tous les Français. We have a lot of French in the chat.
And so it's good that you are fluent in French.
I remember speaking some at school maybe 10 years ago, so that was about it.
All right. I've never learned any words at all except the bad ones, so hopefully we'll not see those in the chat.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see how Florian gets on, and we can save those for later, potentially.
Yeah. So, now then, 8 players at the table. Seat open in seat number 1 by the looks of it. So if anyone is nearby, get your way into the Ashoka room in the Banco Casino if you want to play with these guys. We are on a 30-minute delay, but it's still an hour and a half to go live for these guys. So
yeah. There was someone saying that Poker Brass might be joining us as well.
Yeah, I saw Scott on the list actually.
Scott's on the list. Okay.
So maybe he's stuck in another event or something. I saw him actually playing
the horse or something.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe he's still in that one and just might have him on the stream later on then. Now then, some pairs. Guillaume opened at 15 and 3-bet from Richard with the kings. And do some table talk, just like splashing the 50, getting a quick call from the sevens. That doesn't hit though, so still Richard with the best hand. Let's see what he decides to go for here now then. A little bit more than half. What's it, 65 maybe?
Yeah, so 3-bet pot goes for the half pot sizing on the flop. Decent board, going to get a lot of continues here from hands like Jack X, 10-9, Queen 10, 8X, and even the pocket sevens.
Yeah.
Keeping him honest there, coming in for a call, trying to turn something, and unfortunately misses that one.
Yeah.
Could still be in good shape versus Ace Queen, King Queen, Ace King, Ace 10 potentially. Unblocks the backdoor flush draw as well, so don't see any reason for Richard to be slowing down here with those kings. Lots of hands to target now, right? You're looking at Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 10, 10-9 of clubs potentially, Queen 10 of clubs. So probably going to be sizing up. Just goes for a little bit bigger than his, so similar kind of sizing, right? Half pot, leaves himself what would be another half pot on the river, so don't mind it at all.
Yep. And Guillaume lets it go.
Yeah.
Another Frenchman at the table then, seat number 9.
Absolutely. Good turnout from the Casino Together gang. They came over and were playing some spicy hands in the 2-2 yesterday.
They were actually.
So going to be expecting some fireworks.
And the reason why we're a little bit late with this stream is actually because these guys were still in the slots tournament just minutes ago. So they're fresh off the slot machines and right into this one. So it was a big turnout in the slots tournament.
How many runs did it get?
I didn't see the exact number, but at least 20.
Wow,
so there was a big crowd in the casinos playing the slots. And these guys, 3 of them, I think, was at least in that one. So
nice.
That's why we're a little bit after our scheduled time.
No problem, though. We've still got plenty of time to get the Omaha stream on later.
Definitely.
And 2 hours here for these guys to really try and run up a stack. And for those of you tuning in that haven't been in our previous cash game challenges, the information is that if you win the most amount of big blinds in one session throughout the week, you will get yourself a free package to a festival stop in 2024 of your choice. Yes. Details on those, I believe someone was asking, might have been, I think his name was Billy, asking about the next festival stop. Nice to have such an active chat tonight as well. Thanks very much to all of you for joining. Billy Wiz was asking, do we know the next stop yet? Frank is still keeping that one close to his chest, although you might seem to have some info. I see a little smile there.
I do have some information, but I know Frankie is hoping to be able to release the information tomorrow, actually.
Okay, lovely.
About the next 2 stops. So I actually know that the second stop of next year, that's already confirmed just today. I won't say it. I won't say it. Oh, I have to let Frankie do this one. So you have to stay tuned until tomorrow. So hopefully on tomorrow's stream we'll be able to confirm that for you as well. So it should be 4 stops coming up next year, and the first one is not 100% confirmed. So we'll see about that one. But yeah, plenty of the festival action next year as well, of course.
And the main man, Florian, has the pocket kings. Yeah. So allez, le flow.
And Cintars just turned a pair and an open-ended, so not going anywhere, I'll assume.
Yeah, surprised to see Florian not size up a little bit, and he allows his opponent a fairly cheap look here.
Look at this
It's going
one.
to be a straight on the river.
Zintar with a quick 100 bet.
Yeah, I think he knows that the game might be up on this one. Lots of 7x in our opponent's range, if you've got to think of what's going to continue the turn and the river.
Yeah.
He could have some potential missed flush draws to bluff and represent the board that is going to be favourable for the big blind. Florian does have that king of diamonds, which isn't ideal now because that would be sort of king jack, king 10, king 9 might decide to lead as a bluff here with no showdown value. So he's going to mull this one over. Let's see if he can make the hero fold.
Yeah.
Always tough to fold an overpair on any kind of board, right? So
yeah. The more time he tanks, I guess he's talking himself into a call, maybe. Might see those kings as hard to fold, but we'll see when it comes to the decision. Florian looks at the kings again. They're still there, but they go in the muck, actually. So nice fold. And a small pot for Zintarsen, who actually then was the biggest winner of day one in the cash game challenges, the two ones we had 2 days ago. But he is now being surpassed by our friend who won over 1,000 big blinds yesterday. I think it was 1,068 actually, the number of big blinds to beat right now. So it's quite a stair to climb for these guys.
Yeah, and bien joué, good player. Flo, trust yourself. And a beautiful fold, says Itachi. And Dobrano says no table sound. We're just messaged the guys, so I'm sure you want to be hearing some of these antics. He's quite a loud and eccentric character, so it's good to have that kind of insight into what the banter is around the table. Sets the scene somewhat.
Maybe they've already muted the table since they know Frankie might be playing the second session. He might, scare some people away from the stream with all his laughs and banter. So we'll be sure to try to fix that for you so we can hear the players as well as we go along with the small race from, is it Omar? Yeah, seat number 4. He's also been playing the previous days in the Cash Game Challenge.
Yep.
And although yesterday we didn't have the Cash Game Challenge on stream, there were tables being played for 2-hour sessions in the casino, but no new names on the leaderboard. So it's still our man from 2 days ago that is leading with 1,068 big blinds to beat.
Yeah, going to be a tough one to surpass, especially in that when you see the bigger games, they usually don't get as big as the 2-2 because the 2-2 people kind of sit in with 200 and almost everyone on the table's fairly comfortable to lose that now. Buying in for 1,000, it's going to be a little bit more of a higher standard and potentially a more conservative game, but we see some decent action so far.
Yeah, and we've seen it before also. The last 30 minutes or so, there might have be some
carnage.
Yeah. Chasing, and it's Tajin and Oscar now playing the pot, going to turn, and Tajin still with the 6s, good, versus Oscar's 5. And Tajin, he was also with us 2 days ago.
Yep, he was playing some of the stream games there. Wasn't on the better end of it actually. He got a bit unlucky in a couple of spots. Looks like he's got the winner here, and Oscar does call the flop, check turn, and does Tajin now want to go for some thin value versus some kind of deuce or a 5? Looks like he is going to go for the thin value bet here. Lovely stuff.
Oh, nice.
What's he gone for? He's gone huge. So maybe he thinks now he's bluffing versus a hand like Queen 10 or King 10.
Yeah.
10-9, 10-8, 10-7 suited, 10-6 suited. And Oscar does make the fold. So Tajin actually turning his small showdown value into a bluff there and getting the job done. Lovely played. So setting the scene here, we've got currently 8 players at the cash game table. Room for one more. I think if Poker Bras is going to come along, although I think he does prefer PLO, so you might see him jumping into the 5-5 PLO a little bit later on. So keep your eyes peeled for that one.
Yeah.
All of the information for the tournament schedule, we can have a little look at the live blog and see what's been going on throughout the day. Keep you updated with that.
Let's see what Jason has been informing us guys about.
And for you guys that are in the dark on that one, all of the information over checking out the socials and our website at the bottom. It's thefestival.com, and then the Festival OG for Facebook and Instagram. Plenty of great content just to give you a little inside glimpse into what's going on both on and off the tables here at the festival. So flip your way to the next festival series, of course, the famous Franke's flip-flops.
Yeah.
€20 rake-free flips, and you win tournament credits with those, and then there's also a package to be played for, a package valued at €1,600, 1.6k in euros, that can be used for a stop in 2024, and that's what these guys are playing for as well in the Cash Game Challenge.
Yes, sir.
Play together TVFR, go. Bienvenue. And Tow Truck TTV says meow.
Meow.
Meow you. Where is the croupier, lol? Well, we're playing poker, so no need for a croupier here, but there's plenty of roulette, slots and blackjack action in the Banco Casino if that is your favorite form of gambling. So what do we got here? Tarzan's in there with the 7-deuce. I think that they did agree to play the 7-deuce game, and it's going to be a little bit tricky for him now as he does turn a 7, and he's up against jacks, which certainly has reason to stick around for at least one more street, you'd feel.
Yep, just posting some links as well, so
takes it down with the 7-deuce and wins some bounties. Jack's folding to the second barrel there on the queen high board, just to show you the power of aggression post flop. So thanks to you all for tuning in so far. 45. Let's get those numbers up, guys. Don't be afraid to share us across the socials at twitch.tv/thefestivalog, as we're going to be streaming cash game challenges for you here. Firstly, Hold'em. Secondly, PLO over the next 4 to 4.5 hours or so. Taking a short break in between.
Yes, we are. Did you happen to catch any winner of the slots tournament? No, we didn't have that one, that info up just yet, no.
Having a little look. Cash game challenge begins. Yeah.
No, maybe it's not confirmed in the list yet, but nice to see a nice turnout to that one, as they both swing and miss this flop completely. Florian with the old 3-2 suited, not much for him on this one. Centaurs smiling.
Well, he does have a backdoor.
Oh, look at this one. Apple juice.
Apple juice for all.
Perfect.
And we do have some information from the Hendon Mob Championship.
Yeah, that's also played today, right?
Yeah, €250 tournament, 2-day event. And that collected 172 entries. Not too bad considering the amount of volume across the schedule here. Plenty of other tournaments to be played for as well. There is the 1K No Limit Hold'em High Roller. That got a decent amount of entries when I poked my head into the door. There are about 50 to get that one started. So that could be up to almost 100,000 prize pool. And the Hendon Mob Championship has collected €37,000 with €9,000. 100 up top. And our third commentator, Jacob, is in the mix in that one. I got a little 20% and he's doubled up, so happy days, right?
Happy days.
Yeah, happy doolally. So we're cheering him on here from the booth.
We sure are.
Hoping to see him not turn his head around the door looking for some commentary work.
Exactly,
You stay busy there.
Definitely.
How long is the delay? Says Opdaling. It's 30 minutes. So we're 30 minutes behind the action here. We just about see through some of the media stuff, what's going on, but we're going to be focusing on the delay, of course. And the players are well underway in local time here at Banco Casino. All details on the other cash games that are running you can find over at bancocasino.sk. We've got a bumper pool of 13 tables running so far. Not bad for a Thursday afternoon, I guess, in poker.
Yeah, exactly. It's just almost breakfast.
Yeah, breakfast time.
Banco Casino.
Yeah, some PLO4 10-10, some PLO5 5-5, plenty of 1-3 no limit hold'em tables running, as well as some super dealer's choice and 2-2 PLO across another 3 or 4 tables. So get your name on the list if you are interested in playing some cards and you are local to the area. Check it out over at bancocasino.sk/BA, and there's some information even for the number where you can call and get yourself on the list.
Absolutely.
Florian is the second best man in the world, right behind Steph Curry, apparently. That's a bold claim.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can find some evidence to that. It's certainly been did a good job of getting away from those kings earlier on versus the Rivered Straight. Looks to be playing a good game so far. Oscar, 2-pair versus Omar, who has a pair and a double gut shot, I believe. He had the deuce or the 6 working in his favor now. So plenty of reason to find a double barrel, potentially. Oh no, he's out of position, my bad. So Oscar has actually got the betting lead, and he's got 2 pairs, so an easy turn bet from him. Going to be seeing him size up a little bit. Wary of all of those draws now that could interact with the big blind. And Omar just waving the white flag there, not interested in the double gutter, thinking correctly, Oscar, to be having a strong hand.
Absolutely so.
And the only problem in that spot, I guess he's thinking, is if I do improve, it looks kind of obvious, so there's not much implied odds there out of position to river that straight, as it's going to be difficult for our opponent to call there once the 4-liner comes in.
Florian rushing back to his seat as well. Maybe he was off to have some more apple juice, perhaps. No, it's already been delivered, so yeah, it was up to something at least. Oh, now we got a new hand.
Staying nice and hydrated, that's what we like to see.
Absolutely. Now then, no straddles yet on the table. Having 15 raise from Richard. Zintars it out. Guillaume folding. Florian out as well. Mystery hand for Adrian, but he's folding that one.
I think Findus is a little fanboy of Florian here, saying he's smoking hot, I think is the translation there. I'm not quite sure. Yeah. Go big boy, he says.
Yeah. So no one wanted to play, no flop in the last hand, so we'll get a new one then. 5-5 Texas is what we are playing for 2 hours exact, as it's always with the Cash Game Challenge. They all have exactly 2 hours to amass as many big blinds as possible to win that added package, as Zentars comes with the opening 15 under the gun. Florian, 7 deuce, not staying in, not playing the 7 deuce game. Anyone else want to give Zintars any action? Yeah, Tajin with the 6-5 suited, and guessing Richard might want to stay in as well for 10 more with the King 8 diamonds. 3 ways then to this flop, as it's a 9 deuce 10. Mid pair for Zintars then, who was opening. Checked around, and a black ace on the turn. He's
the ace
spades, I believe, right?
Well,
so adding a flush draw to Zintars as well.
Certainly reason for him to be interested.
Yeah.
Not an awful lot for anyone else here, though. And he does bet his equity here, maybe thinking I could potentially get a 10 to fold sometimes, and I do retain some value from straight draws and potentially worse flush draws. So just trying to build a pot there. If he does hit the spade, could be cashing in nicely. And lots of Florian fans, so bienvenue to all the French.
Absolutely. More French in the chat.
Absolutely, we like to see it.
then. Centaurs in the big blind. So we start with Oscar. Queen 8 goes in the muck. And Guillaume, King 6 suited, folding to his friend Florian, also leaving this hand. As Adrian raises it up. Did they make it 15? Yeah. Folded back to Centaurs in the big blind, but he won't be folding though. Does he make a 3-bet here? I'll assume so. Yeah, make it 50 to go then, by the looks of it. And that's enough to get Adrian off his ace-7 off. So another small pot, small pickup of 5 blinds for Centaurs. So not really any big leader in the terms of big blinds on this session just yet, but we're just 15-20 minutes into this one, so still a lot of action to be had.
Absolutely right. And away from the featured table, we also have the 250 PLO4 5-6 just kicking off with the small field so far, but I'm sure we're going to see some people enter that one as the night progresses. A couple of notables in there from the start, Frank Visser and Barry Deer. Two guys that definitely know their way around that format, that's for sure. So it'd be interesting to see how those guys get on, as well as, of course, the 1K No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah, the high roller also being played. 30K guarantee, but we had more than 30 runners, right?
Yeah, I think we were somewhere up to 50.
Yeah.
So, yeah, great numbers from the start there. Just seeing a picture of my friend, I'm going to send that over to him, looking really mean.
Yeah.
Bringing his A game for the high roller. That's what we like to see.
Definitely. You got any piece there as well?
No, unfortunately not. He's too good to sell. He wants it all for himself.
Yeah. Jacob was happy to sell for the same reason, but the other.
Yeah, I was trying to bargain for a markdown with Jacob. Didn't quite get it.
No. Let's see. And you and Jacob had some tournament streams yesterday.
Yeah,
Any
absolutely.
good action?
We had the Bratislava Deep Stack. That was a really, really strong final table, actually.
Yeah.
Lots of different types of players from across the world. We had 5 different flags. Sorry, 6 maybe, actually.
Yeah.
Nice. 5 or 6 different flags, which was cool, all from around Europe. And yes, some strong action there was taken down by Gabriel from Poland. Who's a young up-and-coming player who didn't have many cashes on Hendon Mob to his name, but he battled extremely valiantly there and got himself the win.
Nice, nice. So we
so,
do have both tournaments and cash games coming through this week. I think we'll do some more tournament streaming tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly, but you can see all the schedule on thefestivalseries.com, of course.
Certainly can. Oscar could have potentially check-raised this one on the flop. Bottom pair with the backdoor draws there can be a nice one just to clear out some equity. Does go for the check call, improves to a flush draw, calls a massive bet on the turn. And Tarzan is just going to go for all of it here.
With the secret mystery hand of his. We don't have the hand either, so is it a bluff or not?
And the interesting thing is here, when the 7s are trips on the board and you're playing the 7-deuce game, there's like that extra element, you know, because if you're playing every 7-deuce combo, then you almost have the advantage in some ways, right? You've just got so much 7x that you wouldn't usually have here. And a little wry smile, does he show that one, or was he almost repping the 7-deuce there?
I think not.
The game is 5-5, Findus. Yeah, we're going to be playing 5-5. No straddles as of yet, but keep your eyes peeled for those. They'll be coming for sure.
Absolutely, as we go along. So, yeah, they're playing 5-5 Texas for 2 hours. Then we take a short break, as George said, and we start a new challenge with PLO 5-5. I think it's going to be PLO4 and 5.
Yes.
On that one. So, yeah, that's in a couple of hours from now. And now we're focusing on these guys, just doing the Hold'em dance. And 5-5 is posted. No straddle from Florian, but he'll be first to act. Let's see if he's happy with what he sees. Looking down at the cards, placing them in the box for us. Queen 6 off. Not likely to play that one. Oh, lets it go, as does seat number 3. Omar, seat number 4. Oh, he folded as well.
Player 4 is Kev Adams, question mark. Who is Kev Adams? Omar is the information that we've got.
Okay.
Doesn't look like a Kev Adams, does he?
If you got any info from a forest chat that we have the wrong name, just let us know.
Yeah, please do.
We do have experience. Maybe there's been some day that we have someone by the third name on the screen, so we got some correction. That was Joel, not Stuart, actually, playing the other day. But
oh, French actor, apparently. Okay.
You're talking lookalikes now. Okay,
nice.
Now we get it.
We do like the lookalikes. Okay. Oh, no, you mean seat 5, I think. He's talking about Tarzan, right?
Yeah.
So, but the 4th seat in the game.
Yeah, in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that with the beard and the little goatee going on there.
Yeah. Bit of resemblance, absolutely. As we get coffee delivered to the table to Omar by the looks of it. So apple juice and coffee coming to us. Let's see now then. And while we don't have the table sound for you live on the stream right now, we do hear them in the background. They're sitting just a few meters away from us, so we can assure you that 30 minutes from now there will be some singing at the table. So hopefully we can get the table sound for you as well to catch that one. But now you have some action actually. One of the rare 3 bets so far, and it's
King 10 suited, fair combination there. Just trying to get folds from King Jack, King Queen offsuits and stuff like that.
Omar though ain't going anywhere with the jacks, of course, but he just calls.
Yeah, +1 versus hijack gets a bit dicey if you 4-bet and get it in with the jacks here. Often going to be running into a bigger overpair. So instead, he elects to call and keep his opponent's range a little bit wider. And the ace-ace-deuce. Decent board for Richard. He's going to have a lot of hands like ace-king, ace-queen, some ace-5 suited, some ace-10 suited.
Look at that for a turn, though.
Wow, what a turn for Omar. He's going to be begging now that Richard's connected with this one. And you know what? Richard does have the type of hand that could go for a triple barrel here. Because when you do bet the turn here, unblocking hearts and spades, you have a decent bluff candidate for the river there, because if all of the flush draws miss, you can get potentially a hand like King Queen of spades or King Queen of hearts to end up folding, and then you get a better hand to fold. So that's always a good eventuality that could potentially come through. Let's see what happens. Omar is just going to call again, understanding that he's got some hands like this completely dead, and he's also, you know, just keeping the chance that he goes for the... Whoa!
Look at that.
Keeping the chance that he goes for the triple barrel in there, rather than check raising, folding out all the bluffs, and then getting it in versus, you know, ace-x and potentially even better hands. So let's see what happens now. That's pretty much the great turn. Awful river for Omar as he now loses to kings and queens.
Yeah, 2-7 in the middle. Omar sitting with 285. What do you think, George? He checks it.
Yeah, I was interested to see if he'd go for some sort of like 10% lead there or something, but I don't think it makes much sense. I think we just want to check now. It's a really unfortunate one, much favouring Richard, who's gone for the 3-bet and bet 2 streets. Can he find the all-in here for what would be, 1.3, 1.2x pot? And he goes for the small size. That's just going to get snapped off, I think.
Yeah, I would expect that,
South of half pot. Don't think... The problem that Omar has is, as I mentioned, these hands like kings and queens could definitely take this sizing scheme. He's gone quite small on the flop, small on the turn. Definitely aligns with those hands, but...
Oh, look at this one.
He is going to...
Oh, sorry, I thought he was racing, but yeah, he did call. Sorry, it's just 25, the yellow ones. Greens are 100, yeah. Call from Omar, and he'll pick down this, the biggest pot so far of the evening, at least.
Yeah, nicely played.
100 big blinds in the pot. And, yeah, taps the table. Tashin looking on, and so we got change of deck and dealer on the table. So small break until the next hand as the dealer runs away. We'll surely have a new one coming in. Yes, we do. So Tajin and Omar maybe discussing the last hand. Just checking the new deck before we get started with the next hand. And if you just join us, this is the 5-5 Texas game, the cash game challenge. 2 hours exactly being played, and it's a hunt to win as many blinds as possible. There's an added package for the person who wins the most number of blinds in a certain session, 2-hour session during all of this week in the festival.
Absolutely right.
And we are in the Banco Casino, of course, Bratislava. The festival series started already Sunday, and it's going on until the upcoming Sunday. So 8 days total of a lot of tournaments, cash games, and casino tournaments, and hospitality dinners and whatnot.
Yeah, it's going to be a late one on Sunday, as they're expecting bumper numbers for the three-day tournament, with lots of flights. The main event here, the 550 euro buy-in, that's the one that everyone wants to get their hands on, the caricature, and potentially over 100,000 euros in top place prize money.
Yeah, big one.
Yeah, that's certainly is the case.
Double start flights today. They won D and F, I think it is.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a little look at the numbers, see how many players we've got, see whether we're getting close to Franke's guess of 1,900 runners.
I don't think we're close to that number just yet. I think we're about maybe 600-700, but it's still several flights more to be played. But we'll see if we can find any info on that one.
Let's have a little look. So the day C attracted 159 to bring the total up to 355. So that's from the first 3 flights. They're usually a lot quieter. You usually see the Friday flights, which is tomorrow, get loads and loads of runners. So we'll be interested to see if we get sort of 1,000 runners tomorrow over the 2 flights. Certainly possible.
Yeah. Absolutely, and there's an evening flight as well, so if you're nearby and want to play it already today, there's a turbo version of Day 1F being played this night. Started a couple of hours ago, but it's still open for re-entries or new entries. And yeah, I think we had about 200 in that one already, so...
Yeah, and we should be on the final table of the horse probably by now, which has 2.3k up top, 88 entries in that one, smaller 125 euro buy-in. But just goes to show the diversity in terms of the buy-ins and in terms of the potential games that you can get yourself into here.
Yeah, there's a huge mix in buy-ins and different formats. A lot of mixed games action on the festival. And 2 horse tournaments and 8 games and whatnot.
Absolutely.
Now then, a couple of players out of their seats. So 6 players going to this next hand. Oh, one comes rushing back. Is he adding some money perhaps to the table? Looks like an extra 100 there for Guillaume.
And the slots championship was won by Marita Maggi, who won 1,672 euros.
Wow.
Nice little score there. Looks like she took the entire prize pool, as they just played for it all up top.
Oh,
so
okay.
Congratulations there.
Nice one.
Not sure what's the strategy with the slots championship.
I think in this format it's very skill based, because this one was just about doing 25 spins, and I think they played it like a heads-up tournament.
Okay.
25 spins and the winner advancing to the next round. But it's pretty much, I mean, you cannot control those machines, right? So it's only 25 spins. I don't think there's much tactics.
Okay, so just spin to win, basically.
Spin to win and get lucky. Yeah.
Fair enough.
But still, a fun format with 20 plus players and some free apple juice to everyone and stuff like that. Yeah. So, yeah, looked like they had a lot of fun when I walked by. And as we said, these Casino Together guys, a few of them are streamers, I know, they're streaming casino. So they're used to playing a lot of slots online at least. And look at this for a flop for Oscar.
Hello there. Hashtag apple juice indeed.
Yes.
So Oscar flopping a boat here. Adrian going for a really out of line squeeze there. The 8-5 suited on the button, so he's here to play. And usually when people 3-bet this aggressively, you do tend to see them start to fire off post-flop because it's tough to hit with 8-5 suited, but he wisely checks back.
He does. Now then Oscar, we go for a new check, trying to induce something from Adrian.
Yeah, he's got it completely locked here.
Yeah. Coming with a small bet perhaps. There's the 155 in the middle, and it looks like it's a 75 bet. Oh, it was 100 actually, so yeah. 2/3, and a quick fold from Adrian then. Unfortunately for Oscar, Adrian didn't have anything with the board, so small pot won by Oscar. And speaking about that, Oscar in seat number 8, I think he won the tournament yesterday, actually.
Did
he? Yeah, I think so. I'm going to check which one it was because I'm not sure, but
I know he's a cool bet representative.
Yeah. Both him and his brother here playing, I think, and I just saw something about
Might have been his brother, actually. I did see, was it Patrick Vedde?
Jonathan is
Jonathan,
his brother,
that's
right?
it, yeah.
But I think it was Oscar who won the tournament, but I'll see. I'm going to check that one for you guys.
Guillaume opening it up, and Zintas defending the King 3 offsuit versus the 3 X-rays. Yeah, Jonathan won. And good flop for Guillaume there, flopping top pair, top kicker. Not really anything for Zintas to consider continuing with. Does go for the small size, Guillaume, and takes it down. Casino together. Another representative on the table. And it's going to win a small pot there.
Yeah. Zentars and Oscar folding. What about Florian? He's been quiet for a little while. Does he have anything? As our graphics are not showing anything right now, but we'll surely have the information coming back to you soon. He looks like we have a raise at least. Folded back to the big blind. Now there's some more action by the sounds of it from the table, just next to us here. So
glasses smashing, people laughing. It's
yeah,
good energy in the room, that's for sure. So Adrian's opened it up in the hijack with the 8-6 suited, and Richard fancying his chances with Queen Deuce off in the small blind. Might be his favorite hand or something.
Might just be.
And does flop a pair, and Adrian's got an open-ender with the backdoor flush draw, so we could see some interesting turn cards here.
Yeah.
But not really. Both players missing. Adrian would likely feel compelled to fire another bet here. Trying to target some ace high, hands like ace 3, ace 4, a deuce. Potentially a hand like king 5 suited. Putting pressure on those kind of hands seems rather advantageous for him. 75 in there. I think if I were him, I'd be going for a pretty big bet, and he does. So he goes for full pot, and that's going to get the job done by the looks of it. Is it? No! I thought he was about to muck his cards because his opponent folded, but Richard might be sticking around here. He certainly had a plan pre-flop with the Queen Deuce offsuit.
Yeah.
Does that mean he's going to call one more? And he does.
Yeah, look
So
at this.
Sticks around for the ride. Sees plenty of draws available. 9-8, Jack 9, Jack 8, flush draws. And the 10 will be a favourable one for him.
Absolutely. Board pairing makes his deuces stronger. And let's see if Adrian now will fire another bullet that Richard has checked. And it's over to our man in seat 3.
Yeah, and no clubs in his hands, so he can definitely get hands like Queen 9 of clubs, Jack 9 of clubs, King 9 of clubs, King 8 of clubs, all to fold for any kind of bet. So he might just go for a small bet here. Try and target those missed flush draws, missed straight draws, hands like 8-9 that would actually beat him with the 9 high. But he goes for the massive bet. He's just going to go pot again, saying I've got over pairs. I might have backdoored into some trips, putting a really tough spot for Adrian here. Sorry, for Richard. Does he have the minerals to find the call? Calling the turn. Clearly the spidey senses were tingling in some ways, thinking, well, you know what? I don't believe this guy. There's so many missed draws. He could even have the missed wheel draws. Ace 4, Ace 3. 8-6 suited, 9-8, Jack 9, Jack 8. Random fires with Queen Jack, for example. And he is going to make the call.
Nice
what a hero.
Call. Nice call, Richard. Happy to see the missed straight draws from Adrian. And a nice spot for Richard there with the Queen Deuce.
Adrian muttering to himself as he gets more money out of his wallet.
Yeah, reaching for the wallet. And adding another 500 by the looks of it. This spot, though, 675 euros coming Richard's way after a nice call. And Florian trying to cheer Richard up. Now then, Zintars and Oscar in the blinds. New hand coming up, the Festival Series Cash Game Challenge. This is the first of 2 sessions tonight, and now the first rattle of the night, I think we have.
Here we go.
Now.
That's going to get things kicked off, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the Casino Together man in seat number 9 straddling, and his friend Florian, seat number 2, looks happy.
No double straddle, Florian. Come on.
Not yet. And he folds the Doyle. Smiles and folds.
And some potential for Adrian to seek some vengeance after
look
blasting
tilted
it off.
now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Making it 30.
30 to go, boys. Richard, his old scallywag.
Yeah, let's play another one.
Him. Wow, lovely dynamic here between these two players after such a wild hand. Oscar doesn't realize. Oh no, so Richard's just called. Just 2 25 chips. I thought he was going upstairs there.
What about Guillaume? Is it worth 20 more with the 8-4 off? Yeah, looks
he
like
fancies his chances. So we're 4-horse race here, off to the flop. Adrian's going to have to fade a lot of overcards here, the king, the queen, or the ace. And there is the king. So Oscar actually comes out miles ahead now on the flop. Does have the backdoor spades to boot as well. And Dylan, how you doing? First time chatter. Looks like a Florian fan.
Another one.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of them in the chat. Welcome all. So we've got the boat for Adrian and Oscar now. Adrian's going to play it safe. Multi-way, and they're out of nowhere.
One. They're letting Richard get to the river.
Having a bit of a hot run.
Yeah.
Do we see any bites? Oscar's just going to go for the 3rd check now. Doesn't like the ace 3 ways. Guillaume, really nothing to work with here. Adrian checks, and now Richard on the button. Looks like it's time for a value bet. What sort of sizing are we going for? Looks like everyone else is particularly weak, so I guess he wants to go kind of small and just try and get the crying call from the king, or a hand like Adrian's. The pocket jacks could potentially consider calling if 2 players fold. Oscar is going to flick in the 30 euros. Unfortunately, not going to be seeing a return on this hand, and Adrian gets out the way, and it's going to be ace versus king. Ace taking it down.
Yes.
With 2 players having a boat there.
Yeah, I love the way Florian is having a lot of fun at the table, even though not playing the hands. He's the guy standing up, smiling, and yeah, looking happy just to be here without just winning anything right now. But yeah,
that's the way to do it.
Is he applauding the waitress now, or is there a new player coming in? Perhaps I'm not sure what he's up to, but it's something. Maybe ordering a round of apple juice for everyone.
More apple juice, more hydration.
Is he straddling though? No. Not by the looks of it just yet. No straddle, so Florian will be first to act. Let's see if he can find a hand as well. It would be nice to have him playing a pot. King, queen off under the gun. Might be worth a few bucks. Yep. And makes it 30 to go. Big raise under the gun then from Florian. Once he gets in the mix, he does it by a big one. Making it 30.
Yeah, huge sizing here.
Centaurs looking over at Florian, smiling.
We do have the button straddle on, so he's gone for the 3x. So
oh, yeah, normal, that's why. Okay, yeah, then what? All right.
And Zintar's going to defend his button straddle. Fair enough, he's going to have position guaranteed throughout the hand. So looking his opponent up, trying to flop something, and it's a decent board for Florian here. He's going to have all of the strong hands on this board, you'd imagine. Zintar's not going to be performing so well, so would imagine Florian to fire out a bet. You can go any kind of size here, sizing up, you can, but I think with King Queen you want to keep in some 5x, some gut shots, some of the weaker hands, so the smaller sizing makes a lot of sense. And yeah, 20 to go. And snap fold. Zintar's not interested at all with just a backdoor straight draw.
So, small pot for Florian, but still gaining a few euros and looking to win a lot more, of course, if it's going to be anywhere near the leaderboard of the Cash Game Challenge. And Tajin coming back with some food. No, it was a bag. Sorry, I thought it was some food delivery, but it was his man bag that he's placing on the table behind there. So now then, the casino together, guys, in the blinds. Let's have another hand. So no button straddle on this occasion now then, and no regular straddle. So just a 5-5 right now then, as we have a flipped card. Some paint card there acting as the burn card now then.
Richard with the sixes opens it up.
He does.
And Florian in the big blind, he's got a playable hand. Could call, could 3-bet. Let's see what he goes for. He goes for the call, flicks it in. Versus his arch nemesis, Richard.
Yeah, they're playing a lot.
Had the better of him so far. And a decent board for Richard, kind of. He's got the open ender, 3 clubs though, so something to worry about.
Yeah, Richard with the open ender does not want to see a 6 now though, then if they go to the turn.
No, certainly not.
We do get a king on the turn.
Are we going to see Florian blast off here, representing some 2 pairs, straights, flushes? He's got loads of those types of hands defending the big blind. The king is somewhat of a decent card for the imposition though. He's going to improve some of his ace king, king queen, king jack, king 10, just easy checkbacks on the flop here. Richard looks like he's going to represent that card. Go for a little bit of protection. Lots of bad rivers for his holding. Could be the best right now, and even if it's not, he's going to have some backup in the form of that open-ended straight draw. So takes it down nicely there. And yeah, not been the best start for Florian, but plenty of time for him to surmount a challenge for the Cash Game Challenge. The most amount of big blinds won in a one stream. It's going to be tough for the Hold'em guys to match the PLO. You know, there's just naturally a lot more multi-way pots and confrontations in the 4-card element. In Hold'em, you tend to see a lot more heads-up pots and less multi-way all-ins. We saw about 2 or 3 or 4-way all-ins yesterday in the PLO. So these guys are just going to be having a good time for the most part. It'll be really tough to get 11,000 big blinds in profit across 2 hours of a live Hold'em table, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll see. We've heard some real action. I mean, at least sound-wise from the table.
Yeah,
we'll see what that means once it gets on the stream soon. But if it's big pots or just fun hands, perhaps, between these guys. As now then, Oscar is making it 15 to go with the ace-6. Guillaume has called him with the ace-5. And the third ace on the table, Florian. Actually, the worst of them, though, with the ace-deuce. Although I'll prefer perhaps the ace-deuce and ace-5 ahead over the ace-6 normally, because you have the straight opportunities, of course, but we saw a deuce folded as well there with the Doyle hand from Richard. But now then, oh, it's actually a 3-bet from Florian. Look, now he gets in the mix and gives action. 75 3-bet from Florian here now.
Ooh, spicy.
Yeah, Oscar's folded and Guillaume gets out of the way as well. And he shows the deuce.
Gets absolutely straight shot with the deuce there.
Now he's... do you want to see the other one? No, I'm not showing.
MDR, which is more the rear, dying of laughter, I think he's saying there. So some of the guys in the chat will enjoy that one for sure, especially as he just throws the 2 in the face of his friend, fellow casino together buddy.
For the fans. And there's a lot of them in the chat, so yeah, nice to see Florian delivering as well. Maybe he's just getting fired up. There might be more coming. Yes, now then, Tallinn folding. Richard does as well. Zintars. Oh, he won't be folding. The queens makes it 15, I think. Yeah, 15 is the raise. And Oscar, ace-jack, just behind Zintars. Some action to come as he makes it 50. 45 was actually the bet, so up to 45 now. Florian with another ace, but this time folding instead now then. Adrian, he's 4 suited. Omar, 10-6, goes in the mark. Now then, Zintars, what's the choice? With the queens, just raised to 15 and got 3-betted up to 45. Expect a 4-bet, now one of the rare ones at this table so far. Or will he just come for the call? No, looking for bigger chips. Making it 150. Oscar now then might smell the trouble. Ace jack off, not that strong when you get 3-betted, 4-betted up to 150. Just total stack behind 320 for Oscar. So yeah, deciding not to go any further with that one. Lays the ace jack down. Now then, next hand on the table, and we're about 45-50 minutes in to then this 2-hour session. The Cash Game Challenge of day 4 here in Bratislava. We're playing 5-5 Texas Hold'em for 2 hours, so a little more than 1 hour to go of this session. As we see a 15 race from Guillaume, seat number 9. So far, no one looking to get in. Maybe Tajin with the king 3 in the big blind. 10 more for him. Calls it off. So heads up between these guys. They played a few pots already tonight, and not maybe the biggest of action boards. Are you translating something now?
Yeah, some of these words I don't know, but Doggy is saying that Florian's always with a pint in his hand, essentially.
Pint of apple juice.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Now then, anyone taking a stab at this paired board? First to act might win this one.
Yeah, kind of whoever wants it the most,
pairing.
right? And now they're going to chop it up.
Yeah. Yeah, goes check, check. So, chop, chop. So, George, I'm going to be leaving you for a little while. I'm going to the third flight of the main event of the day, just to get the players running. Actually, keep a little speech.
Lovely.
About player responsible and all that.
Good man.
Exactly. I'll be joining you back shortly, but George will be with you as we change the dealer as well. So, yeah, more cash game action coming just shortly.
Absolutely. So dealer change and plenty more action upcoming over the next hour or so. So hand 27 here. Oscar with the ace-10. Findus enjoying the French contingent at the table. Plenty of fun, and I can tell you I'm sat about 10 meters away from the players, and I can hear Florian having a great time there with the beer in hand, enjoying himself. So Oscar opens it up to 30. Zintas in the straddle is going to come along for the ride with the 3 deuce suited. And off to a flop, and it's going to be the deuce that takes the lead from Zintas. Flopping a piece, bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. And a bet from Oscar and a call from Zintas. So off to the turn. Wow, that's an interesting one. Ace for Oscar. He improves to top pair, and now Zintas has bottom pair with the flush draw. So there could be some even more action here. What sizing is Oscar going to go for here? Great card for not only his hand, but his range as well. It's going to have some hands like ace king, ace jack, ace 10, ace 5 maybe. He checks it back. That's rather unorthodox. Not sure what he's worried about there, wanting to get some value from the Queen X, the Jack 10, the King Jack, the 9X. Plays it a little bit tricky now. And Zintas goes for a big bet on the river and gets absolutely snapped off by Oscar, who improved to 2 pair. Hey JJ, how you doing? Thanks for joining us here. We've got the first of 2 streams. Good one to tune in for. Some strong players around. Say hi to Gladdy for me. Gilliam with the 5-3 suited in the +1. Doesn't fancy it. Had a little look. Was caressing those chips as if a raise was about to come in, but instead looks like he's off to grab himself a pint or something. So he's out. folds around to Adrian. He opens it up to 20 to go. Looks like quite a serious contender, doesn't he, Adrian? And we've got some table sound for you guys who've been asking, want to hear what's going on. Got a rather loud Frenchman with lots of fans in the chat, so you can hear some of the antics now with the table sound been activated for you guys. I quite like the table sound as well. It gives a nice little flavor and the kind of an insight into the atmosphere that you can come to expect here at the Banco Casino and the festival series in general. We have 13 cash game tables running off stream right now in the main cash game hall, as well as a bumper schedule of plenty of tournaments ranging from 125 euros all the way up to the high roller, the 1.1k. Florian not interested there with the King 7 suited. I'm sure some of you will be a bit disappointed on that one. But he does make a well-timed fold as Omar lurking there in the hijack with the pocket kings. Three bets to 90, and Adrian, who's been a really active player, he's been in, I'd say, around about half the pots so far, despite them playing 8-handed, has the ace-6, so run into it a couple of times and did go for a rather outlandish triple barrel that did not work out for him. And Guillaume with the 7-deuce. Remember, guys, we are playing the 7-deuce game, so there is a bounty if you do manage to take it down with this hand. You get, I believe that they're playing for an extra 20 euros or so. And he is going to go for the 4-bet. Look at this. Taking it upstairs with the 7-deuce. Showing some heart. Lovely aggression from the Frenchman. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out in his favor this time, as Omar can't believe it. Christmas has come early for him. 570 euros in his stack. And he's just going to be thinking about the double up. Goes for the shove, and everyone realizes that the snap fold means that he was at it with the 7-deuce.
I was able to misclick. I would have misclicked 200. I'm coming and pay. I pay. And I would have won. Okay, don't tell you. I misclicked the first. And after when I click again, I'm off.
Guillaume saying he just wanted to give some action there and hoping to take it down, going for the cheeky 4-bet there with the 7-deuce. Omar, he's got a pretty playable hand. Does he elect to go for a 3-bet, or is he going to call? Those would be the two conventional options that you'd imagine. He goes for the call. Nothing wrong with that. Not much to work with from the guys behind, but Zintas again finds a hand in the straddle. 8-6. This time suited, so a little upgrade for the last one. And wow, look at this for a cooler flop. Two players flopping a straight flush draw. Omar's got the top end of it. Zintas with the bottom end of it. Imagine seeing the 7 of hearts on the turn here. That would be some fireworks, as the stacks would be flying in, but plenty of connection for two players here. Guillaume, unfortunately, a bit of a swing and a miss for the Queen 6 of diamonds. And it does check to Zintas on the button, and he's got lots of reason to start firing here, just with the 8 high. Looking to get some folds from hands like ace high, put some pressure on some pocket pairs underneath the 10 and the 9. Hands like pocket 5s are going to struggle to stick around versus this bet. And Omar is going to be taking it upstairs. He makes it 150 to go with his straight flush draw. And I think the money could be flying in here on the flop. Yep, it certainly is. Zintas elects to go for the dealer triangle. That means that he's going to be all in, and no chance Omar gets away from this one. Turns a 6, and the queen on the river does mean that Omar rivers the straight. I think Florian speaking for all of us there. That was a hell of a cooler. What a dirty board for Zintas there, the Lithuanian player, reaching into the man bag for some more euros. Turns the 6, exactly.
No bueno, no bueno, no bunti. 500 dáme na Florman.
Looking for 500 for Zintas, I believe. Betsto in Slovak.
It's too much for that. It's very too much for that. It's Anastasia? Ooh. Anastasia! How are you? Fine? No! Not more! Oh, I'm sorry. Mississippi. Sorry, guys. Okay, fine.
25 button straddle in play, as you can hear. And Tazin, what a spot to pick up the pocket kings with so much to play for there. Has he gone for a limp? Very cheeky. Looking to induce some action behind. And Oscar with the 7-6 suited. I think he's going to be playing. Yeah, kind of in line with what he's been doing so far. Taken the passive option mostly. And Gilliam on the button. Is he going to go for a squeeze? No, he's not. Does not elect to isolate. So we're going to be going through ways to a flop. 2 guys with spades. And we do see 2 spades on the flop. So what an action flop. Tarzin with the overpair. Oscar with the 7-high flush draw. And Gilliam with the king-high flush draw.
You finished the bit? Oh, yo, yo, no, no, it's okay, it's okay.
So look at all this action unfurling for Tarzan here, who's going to be pretty comfortable with those kings, but the wide eyes give you the indication that he is aware that this board could get quite frisky on a number of turn cards. Any kind of 9, 8, spade, jack, 10 would leave some questions in his head about the strength of his holding. So I think he's going to take this one upstairs. Going for the trap pre-flop and now seeing a bet and a call, and he is going to check raise, I think. Yep, he makes it 200 to go. Both players have, what are they looking at, around 400 and 500. And I think Oscar might be able to get away from this one just with the naked 7-high flush. Going to be dominated by some of the draws. Hands like Queen 9 of spades, King 9 of spades, potentially even some traps pre-flop. The Ace King, Ace Queen king queen of spades. And then also, obviously, the value as well, which is going to be hands like Jack 10, pocket fives.
I'm so happy to have win it.
And he does get out the way. Nice discipline lay down there. Not getting married to that flush draw. But I don't think Guillaume will have much choice. Going to be gambling here, is he, the Frenchman, in seat 9? He's got the added incentive of the dead money from Oscar, and he is going to run it, and we are off to the races here. 71% for Tarzan. No help for either player. Looking for a spade on the river, and it's not to be. The board runs out the 4-liner, and Kings is going to take it down for the smartly dressed Tarzan there in seat number 5. Unlucky to the Frenchman.
Nice to meet you.
Limp race. Maybe limp chord, you never know.
I was only scared about ace-3 and ace-3, I might be super dead,
Yeah, that's my problem. I have 7 high flush draw. I told you guys are involved.
It's your fault I didn't hit, so.
And yeah, Oscar kind of confirming what I was suggesting about his hand, saying, well, I couldn't really get in there with the 7 high flush draw with you behind, and then also a strong looking check raise there that could also be dominating me. So did make the discipline lay down there, and he's going to open it up with the 7-6, this time in hearts. Double So saying that Flo is their favorite Frenchman. And you can certainly see why. He is just bundling with energy. Great presence at the table. I think Fosquier, or Fusquier, 74 says the guy on his, the guy next to him might be getting fed up of his antics.
Like 40 minutes left.
Look at what we've got developing here. Flows in there with the 10-9. Omar once again with the big hand. He's got pocket kings. Oscar has flatted the 3-bet with the 7-6 suited, and does have a decent amount of equity versus this hand. Would have loved that 6 in the window, but it's not followed with much else. Just going to have bottom pair. He's got some backdoor draws though, but the SPR is rather low. 225 in there, and he's only got 350 back, so it could get expensive if he wants to chase those backdoor draws. Let's see what Omar does. Great board for him. Still with the overpair. He's even got the backdoor diamonds as a little bit of a cherry on top to that overpair. He goes for 100, just south of half pot. Seems reasonable. Your opponent is relatively short stacked, so you don't want to scare him off. Want to keep him in with hands like this that just have 30%. Get some value. 8 on the turn. Pretty much the dream card for Omar. He does now lose to some hands like 8-7, 10-8, ace-8 suited potentially that could have continued pre-flop, but overall, I think your opponent is going to have a lot of hands like flush draws, jack X, pocket nines, and he does lay down the hammer on the turn. That's going to be the all-in from the kings. And Oscar now considering, well, could my opponent have a flush draw here? Could he have some kind of Queen 10 suited, maybe a squeeze with the 10-9, flop the open ender? Maybe even just piling it in with Ace King. So needs to work out what he considers Omar's range to be here, what he thinks the type of hands are that Omar can have. Taking his time. And does make the fold once again. So he's down to 250 euros. He's been kind of on the wrong end of most of these confrontations, having to make some discipline laydowns, getting out the way. And unfortunately, that's going to be a loss from him so far. New player in seat 1. Not seen much from him so far. Get you some information on him as we go. And Zintars, he's going to be the player that decides to take things upstairs with the 7 deuce. Adrian on the button. Hasn't been scared to get in the mix. And pocket 5's surely enough hand to at least call. And that's what he's going to do. Comes along for the ride on the button. Let's see what we've got lurking in the blinds. Omar, ace 4 suited. Certainly a hand that could squeeze. Just going to call though, take the passive route. Fair enough. Might be wanting to allow Tarzan to come in there with some worse hearts and try and stack him on a heart flop or some kind of flush. But looks like it's going to be Tarzan the one that's going to take things upstairs. Can't quite see us holding. Looks like he's got the cards just slightly the wrong way around for the reader. He's got them horizontally. They need to be vertically to process for us. But we'll get some information. I think the dealer's just telling him now to get those ones scanned in so that we can see what he's up to. But we know that he's definitely made it 90 euros to go here. So a fairly chunky 6x raise out of the big blind. And Zintars is just going to get out the way. Feels like that raise is a little too strong. Has Oscar gone bananas with 5-3 yet? Famously called, I've got no idea how to pronounce that, Slay in Norway. We haven't seen him go too ballistic so far. Been on the wrong end of it so far.
Come, my friend. Come. Yes, come. No. Not to sit. Just for hug. Just for hug. No, it's just for hug.
Just for the hug.
Oh, what's up? No!
No, I give you a call.
I told you
Then I see this guy. I see the PLO.
Yes?
Good to see some love being shared. He will just wait and see, promises Penza France.
We have like 30 minutes.
Yes.
Let's see. So Adrian comes along with the 5s here. We're in a squeeze pot. It's open. 2 callers. Tarzan's made it 90 to go, and he does follow it up with quite a small sizing, 55 into 210. Right around a quarter pot. And for that price, Adrian feels compelled to come along. He's got even a backdoor flush draw to boot. Can turn a red 5, which is a really disguised nuts. And the deuce of spades, no help for him. So still no idea as to what Tarzan's holding is. But what sort of hands is he representing? Overpairs, the smaller size is quite unconventional on such a connected board out of position. But we do have a big 3-bet pot, so usually to me the smaller size would say I've got the a really nutted hand, or I've kind of got absolutely nothing, and I'm just gonna set a small price to try and get a cheap bluff through on the flop, following up from the squeeze. But he does go for the big bet. We've seen him go for lots of aggression, turned his 5s into a big bluff earlier on, would have been the winner, but went for a big overbet on the river. And here you can see him sizing up now, looking to play for stacks by the river, betting 250 here, which would leave 600 effective into just over 800 on the river, 830. Another beer for the French players, says Dougie. And Adrian going absolutely nowhere with those 5s. Wow, he's rather sticky here. The size up not shifting him out of the pot. Let's see if Tarzan can follow it up here. Does he have the backdoor spades? What sort of hands want to value jam the river? I think you can still go for an overpair with the spade. Obviously any kind of set should be good to go. Flushes, of course, potentially could be lucky if he was squeezing something like 10-8 suited. That gets there as well. And then so many bluffs. You're going to have some King 10, Ace 10, Queen 10, King Queen. And he follows it through all the way, and now Adrian just left with the pocket 5s on the river. Maybe wondering to himself, why did I get myself in this spot? Just sat there with 4th pair. Eyeing up his opponent. One benefit of his hand now is he blocks a hand like Ace 5 of spades, which could certainly play in this fashion. So blocks a little bit of value, just for the one combination though. And now the decision for Adrian is, you know, how thin do I think my opponent is going for value here? Is he capable of just, you know, going for 3 streets in a squeeze pot with Ace Jack? And so, considering the amount of bluffs I could list there, if you don't think your opponent is going to be jamming 1 pair here for value, then all of a sudden it's getting a little bit suspicious, isn't it? Completely undeterred, not giving away anything there, just staring at the board, remaining stoic. Doing a great job if he is bluffing. What do we think at home, guys? Do we think he's got the goods, or do we think he's bluffing? I think he's got something crazy within him. I've seen definite capability here, so I'm really not sure. Really would be interesting to see this showdown. But I think the capability means that he could also be going with some 1 pair hands for all 3 in a squeeze pot here. Kings, queens with the spade. Targeting the Jack 10, targeting the Ace Jack, targeting the King Jack, Queen Jack, maybe Ace 9. So plenty of hands to target. And he's going to flick it in. Let's see what Tarzan's got. What does he have? Pocket jacks? Can we see, please? Kings. Okay, so he did go for the kings with no spade. Lovely. Very comfortable with his river jam there. Going for the lot. Undeterred on the spade run out. Great play.
Am I coming back to the biggest pot of the evening then?
Yeah, that's a huge pot. That's a 2K pot there.
Now immediately they're looking for his number, right?
Yeah, well, it's a pretty sexy play.
I just saw you on 2K?
Yeah, trying to share.
What's your handle?
Trying to share some digits. You got that Instagram app?
That's quite a nice way to slide into someone's DM.
Yeah.
Just walking up to the table and asking for.
And Mathieu there, reload for Adrian there, who might have thought, you know what, I could have probably gotten away from that one on the turn. I wasn't expecting to see the red kings there. I thought that might have sized up a little bit on the flop. So really nicely played on a run out that could definitely have seen him go for a more defensive play. Goes for the lot, and fortune favors the brave here in these cash game challenges. There is a little bit of a more loose aggressive dynamic. We've seen a lot of stationing going on. People just aren't folding, so why not go for it all with the kings? Great job.
Yeah, nice one for Tashin. And George, I brought you a Pepsi Max. Would you like it, sir?
I really appreciate that.
Gotta stay hydrated in the box as well, as we have about 30 minutes left of this first session of the Cash Game Challenge tonight. If you're new to this stream, this is a 2-hour session where we play 5-5 Texas Hold'em, and then we count the number of won blinds once we are done. And the player with the most blinds won in a single session throughout the week will walk away with the added package to our next stop, which is just about to be announced. I was just needling Frankie now while I was away, if we could tell it on the stream, but we could not yet. Unfortunately not. We have to wait at least until tomorrow. There were some papers to be signed and whatnot, so yeah. It would be nice if we spoiled something for Frankie now. Get us kicked out.
He doesn't shy away from the limelight, does he? He definitely wants that chance to fling his flip-flop into the air and tell everyone what's going on.
But the thing is now, we got the 5-5 PLO coming up in like an hour. He's going to be on the table. Yeah. He's going to be so anxious to tell all the other guys where we're going. So it depends to be seen if he can be quiet about that for 2 hours or not. So
I don't know.
We might have a live reveal on stream.
The cat will come out the bag, and we've got the table chat since you came back. We've got some info because we've got such a colourful player in Florian there. Wanted to hear what he was saying.
And now look what he's got.
Here we go, French fans.
And a new player for me in seat number 1 then. We recognize him from the other day though, but he was new to this table tonight, right?
Mm-hmm. Linuts. Aces. Makes it 60. Looks like we've got some big straddles, or he's just going for a huge raise. I'm going to guess there's a 20 straddle on. I don't think he's making it 60 to go.
Yeah, and I think he said 20 to call, so someone is straddling.
You can see how miffed he is with not only the volume at the table, but also just the way he's been running. He made the incorrect call down versus Tarzan there with the 5s. He made the triple barrel
he makes
bluff.
the 175 3-bet now, Adrian.
Yeah,
wow.
I'm not surprised to see that.
And look at this then. Sintar's all in. Wow. Florian is just, if he was jumping in his chair already when he had 10 deuce, what is he doing now then with the aces?
Allez les Français!
Hey. All right, and we've not seen any aces folded either, so this is good news for Florian. We saw, I think, 1 queen being mucked, for bad news for Adrian. And Sintar's going to put his hope to the 2 remaining 10s then. We'll see now.
La baguette, says Findus, is the aces. The bread. Bring in
perfect.
Home the bread.
Let's see if he can scoop it. Now he's doing the Hollywood here now. Oh, did he shove on me?
Oh, no, really?
I'm trapped between these guys.
Yeah, so... Oh, a little
smirky smile from
I think he thinks he's got the best of it right now, that's for sure. Let's see how quickly he loses that grin when he sees the aces in Florian's hand.
Yeah, now then, Florian.
This could be a massive pot.
Why not? I'm all in. Let's gamble. No, he does not, so they're heads up. With some added spice from Adrian.
Got the extra 175 there. Are they going to run it once or twice?
Sounds like only once, right? Or?
Show for the show. 10s.
Oh,
he's going for the slow roll. Show for the
show. For the show.
And he's sat there with La Baguette.
Oh, and he gets the flush.
Yeah.
Both of them do.
Better and better.
Yeah. And if Adrian would have been in, it would have a 2 pair, but been beaten by the flush then.
Yeah.
So
been a tough run out for him.
And they just ran it once, so big pot for Florian now then. Do we have any Florian fans in the chat? Yes, the chat is burning.
Going wild.
Right, guys. Merci la baguette. Merci Zintars as well as he leaves the table, gives up for tonight.
Didn't have a great run of it there. I think he's down a healthy sum in the 4 figures, and sometimes you got to know when the game's up, right?
Yep. And he won about that figure the other day in this Cash Games challenge, or at least on stream he's about even. I guess he's going to the cash game tables or tournament tables to play some more. And I'll see him around all week. And look at this first stack now. Florian. A lot of them.
Loving
Yellows.
the emojis and the energy in the chat, and loving the energy at the table from Florian. And now, you know, an active class. He's been super loud, and he's won a big pod. He's not going to rub it in the face. His opponent has left the table.
Yeah,
so
quick fold now for him.
Not always the loud, obnoxious people, but he's got some class as well. We like to see that.
Absolutely. And another man with class and style, Tajin, folding as richer than the old 9-7 of hearts. This is a hand that I like a lot.
Oh, it's a beautiful one on the button, unopened.
And he gets Guillaume to come along with another suited connectors. The 4-3.
On your bike, son, says Slajan.
Yeah.
French power.
Now then, swing and a miss. Neither player in it has anything with this board. Richard with the backdoor flush. And gut shot for Guillaume. Needs one of the famous ducks. Mr. Sanford's favorite. It's
That's what he's looking for.
Yeah.
You've just got to, you've got to remain faithful to the ducks.
to the ducks.
Otherwise, you don't get paid. He's going to have to call down to the river to see that duck.
Where's your rubber duck? I was about to say, but there's some.
Here's one. We've got a halo duck.
Wow.
Yeah, this one means business.
Wow.
This one's making sure I'm staying well behaved.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I see by the looks of this.
Exactly. He's not fucking around.
I don't want this to stare.
It's a bit too intense for you, I think.
Yeah. George has a rubber duck in the booth here, and it's a scary one, a black one. Looks like a Batman duck. All right then, so a small pot for Guillaume, was it? Yeah, he betted and won it.
I told you, give him 3 beer, he will win money. That's certainly true.
Yeah. Now we got a bystander, Maurits Alticardes.
Waiting for the Omaha, I believe.
I think he's too poor to play, actually.
Really?
So maybe he wants to lend money from us. Actually, we played the same cash game table yesterday, you and me, Mao. Who won? Yeah, that's the finger, right?
I think that says it all, doesn't it?
I have so many greens in my pocket, I can barely sit. So thank you for that. And yeah, nice. We are about 15 minutes left of this stream hours, and then you can come in and kiss us if you want in the break. Right then, Maurits, always talking business, right? Now he wants to settle a deal with George. Don't let yourself be fooled by that guy. He might look nice, but oof.
Yeah, he packs a punch.
Bring this one to the meeting.
I need that duck with me.
Now then, do you have any action on the table? Matthias with the Queen 10 of clubs. And a nice flop for him. 2 clubs and a straight draw as well, of course. Guillaume with the mystery hand. Look at this one then. He gets there on the turn.
What a run for Matthias here. He's got the gut shot to the straight flush and he improves to a straight. Praying that Guillaume has got a 5 or some kind of 10 where he'd have the free roll.
Oh,
checks it
sneaky
back.
Check.
Sneaky.
And
he gets punished.
Yes.
As the 5-liner run out runs out, and now he loses to a jack and any kind of flush. And they're just going to end up chopping it up, are they?
Yeah, so 5 deuce, right? So he had the small straight on the turn as well in that case. So it might have been...
Matthias, would go as far to say he's butchered that one. You know, he could have won and so many times. Maybe built the pot, maybe bluffed the river. Yeah.
Yeah. So you might almost imagine that the North Face have given themselves into sponsoring poker players by the looks on this table.
Yeah, absolutely. Everywhere. North Face.
Is that a new skin?
I don't know, maybe. It's comfortable stuff to wear at the table, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Keeps you nice and warm.
Yeah, you need some proper clothing
Make
here
good
in
decisions.
Bratislava this time of year. Actually around the 0 degrees outside. So
Yeah, I think we hit the minus numbers earlier, right?
I'm staying inside then. Yeah, we were actually at the Christmas market earlier, but there you can at least warm yourself with some mulled wine and other
Yeah, I was
stuff.
looking for some non-alcoholic drinks and couldn't really find any. Everyone was just on the van show.
There was a lot of hot chocolate. I had a hot
hot
chocolate.
yeah.
That was though non-alcoholic. So
Did you try some of the local foods?
we did this potato pancake thing.
Yeah. I had a similar thing.
So
Wasn't
yeah,
too
was
bad.
nice. No, absolutely, a lot of fillings to that one. They looked almost like a potato pizza with a lot of toppings.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That should be enough for the rest of the night, no?
yeah, and they seem very popular. Long lines for those booths in the Christmas market. Now then, what do we have? Still open seat by Zintar's seat. He's not coming back, so we just have now about 15-20 minutes or so left of these 2 hours that the Cash Game Challenge is played. The Texas version, and then we have a break and we're going to play the PLO a little bit later on. I'm not sure if they've started that one already. They're just about to do that in live time, but we are on a 30-minute delay, so coming to you a little bit later tonight then. 2 hours of 5-5 PLO with a lot of notable names. Jon Kyte of Norway.
Jon Kyte, that's
We
enough
have
name for you guys.
Scott Pokerbras Kenyon, a familiar face for those of you who watches a lot of streaming online.
Yeah,
he's
he's
an ACR stormer.
got about 20,000 followers on Twitch.
Yeah, so expecting at least half of that crowd to watch
Come on,
us tonight,
guys.
right?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah, so if you tune in during the schedule, we're a little bit behind. We should have started the PLO right about now, the stream, but we are a little bit late due to a massive crowd in the casino tournament, the slots tournament earlier on. And a few of these guys that are on this table, the Casino Together guys, they were of course involved in the slots tournament as well. So that's why we started this stream about half an hour later than planned. So I expect the PLO to start maybe about 11:15 local time, 30 minutes from now or so. So yeah, right now some action between Florian, Omar and Guillaume, and it's neither player who has anything much with this board. Backdoor nut flush for Omar. Florian with absolutely nothing. Guillaume has the 3, so yeah, the best hand at the moment. And he comes with a
He is
small
going to have a little stab in position, trying to get these kind of hands out. The ace-king, that's got 2 overcards, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, so don't think that's going to go anywhere from Omar. You can even check raise here sometimes, representing an overpair, representing some strong draws as well. Does elect to take the passive route and no help on the turn. Is Guillaume going to have
for Omar.
the confidence to go for another stab here? What do you reckon? I think he might just check this one back.
No, I think he's going to go stab another 40.
Some value from the straight draws, the ace high, the flush draws. Yeah, you're bang on the money, sir. Oh, is that 100?
Ah, but I think he
80.
said something like 80 actually.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. Big one then, full pot. And that should be enough to have Omar give up the ace-king. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and Guillaume picks down that small pot and announces Mississippi Straddle. Yeah, just the final 15 minutes or so of this table. So yeah,
rounding out the Hold'em stream. And it's been a great one for the French viewers.
Absolutely.
Their favorite Florian, their sat in seat 2. He's got through about 3 beers. He's been really loud. He's had a lot of energy, a lot of good fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's won a huge pot with the aces there. 1.2k pot, I believe.
And upstairs, there's the main event and other tournaments going on. There's about maybe 200 players in the big ballroom. Imagine if everyone was like Florian.
Yeah,
that energy and that level of yeah, that would be something. Now then, Mississippi Straddle. No, that was the last hand. Now it's actually Matthias with the button. So no straddle, I think, on this one. And Tashin gets out of the way. And Tashin, one of the biggest winners on this table right now. I think he's up about 2K almost, right?
Yeah, he won the huge pot versus Adrian there with the pocket kings, getting stationed down by the 5s.
Now then, look at Florian's hand.
Oh, the ducks!
Finally, it's the first ducks of this 2 hours, right?
Night,
yeah. Let's see how they make, and it's playing against Guillaume as well, his good friend. And there was some low card on the board. I didn't quite see it. Did we get the graphics? Or
he's going to go for a bet.
Yeah.
Does he have the set?
Does he, or was it the 3 that we saw maybe on the board? Let's see. Oh, there was no flop, right?
Oh, right, okay.
Oh, okay, I'm apparently blind. Now here's the board, and it's
there
no duck.
Go. Still holding. So is he confident with these deuces? Can he stick around?
We'll see about that one.
Adrian just flatting the king-queen. Last time he got all sorts of action when he 3-bet the king-queen, so taking the passive route this time.
Now Adrian goes for the 30 bet, so it's tough to stick by the ducks. He's not been schooled by Mr. Sanford. There is always a duck on the river,
didn't
right?
Didn't have the faith, and it's cost him there. Would have won that one.
Yeah, he just could have went for it. Stick it in, it's always going to come a deuce.
Ay. And he had the backdoor straight draw as well.
He did.
On.
Come on.
No good.
Now then, one of the final hands of this session coming up for you. Should be time for a couple of more, but this time Florian, does he go for the Mississippi? Or is he just singing and screaming? Is that a song, or is he in pain?
Maybe a bit of both. Needs a toilet break.
Yeah, and sitting down way too long now. Florian never sat still this much in his entire life by the looks of it. And Tashin, did he raise it up? Yep, small raise under the gun. 15 or 20. 20 is the bet. And Oscar for sure, at least coming with the call. Calling with the 5s. Florian on the button with an ace. Should absolutely get him in there, I thought, but yeah, makes a solid fold instead.
Yep.
Omar out of the way, so we're heads up between Tajin and Oscar. 6-5 versus 5-5. Was that a patron order that we heard? Or did he just say hi to his friend, the patron?
It's getting a bit wild, isn't it, out on the main table here that we've got.
Celebrations are up.
Absolutely.
They're using all his 2K for one bottle of patron. No, I think that was a greeting to one of his friends maybe, but right now he's betting this flop of ace queen 7.
Poker Bros is raiding with the party of 9. Thanks very much for joining. As we can see, I think he's going to be playing the 5-5, so some of the guys over from his stream joining us. Mr. Braz is here.
Yes, and
certainly is.
He will be on the table just shortly, as we're just about to end this Texas stream in a couple of minutes, and then we have a short break, and then we'll be back with the 5-5 PLO for 2 hours, and Scott Poker Bros will be on that table. So in about 30 minutes we are live with the PLO, but you're welcome, of course, if you just joined us from his channel, to stay with us for this ending of the Texas stream. As actually there's still action on this board. Oscar did not give up the 5s, and now he's added a small flush draw as well, but this bet from Tajin is enough to forget Oscar to lay the 5s down. Yeah, so this is our guys that's been with us for almost 2 hours now, playing the cash game session.
Yeah, and we've had a lot of action. It's been so much fun to commentate on this one. So you guys from the Poker Bros stream are joining at a good time. You're joining us for the closing stages here of the Cash Game Challenge. 5-5 No Limit Hold'em game, and we're going to be followed very shortly by the 5-5-10, I believe. I believe they're going to be checking the straddle on as well. Frank is going to be in there, so we're going to be seeing that 5-5-10.
20, 40, 80.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to be a hell of a lot of action for you guys. Stay tuned for that one, but until then, 43 hands into the Hold'em stream and a few left. So let's see if anyone can muscle a couple of extra euros or even a couple of €1,000 off the table.
Why not?
We've got some deep stack action now.
Guillaume at least goes for the open with the 8-6. So he's aware that it's coming to an end. Needs to take the chance to win as many blinds as possible. Although they will be tough for these guys to catch the overall leader so far.
Yeah, almost drawing dead, I would say.
Yeah, with the lead from yesterday's 2-2 session, where he bagged 1,068 number of blinds, and the name was Dainius, right?
Dainius from Lithuania, yeah.
Yes.
Who's living in Bratislava, I
Nice
believe.
flop for Guillaume here now, then when he went wild with the 8-6, flops top pair and an open-ended. And 10 on the turn, and yet again, touch his hand. Oh!
Oh, he's got the ducks!
Wow!
And he is a believer, because he
Stay in now, stay in. There's always going to be a duck on the river, Tajin. Master Sanford always says there's a deuce on the river, and seems like we are going to see. Something's wrong. Something's off.
Wrong. We need a new deck dealer.
Change the deck, exactly.
I think he might. Oh no, he doesn't find the bluff here. Turning his hand maybe into a bluff. If he had the deuce of clubs, that would have been the MasterCard. But Guillaume is betting for some. Not sure whether he's bluffing or value betting, but he's chucking out a bet anyway. He's got a pair, why not?
I'm not sure he's sure himself either what that is, but yeah, a bet nonetheless of 40. And Tashin looks like he wants to look him up. What can you have on this board? There's not much that has missed on that Jack of Club river, so that will be if he put him on just an ace queen or something like that then, but not much equity for Tajin, but he does call. Hero calling, but not succeeding this time.
So he did have the faith.
Yeah, he did have. He's got
scammed by the deck.
Yeah, shows one of the deuces. Now there's both of them.
I don't believe you got anything here.
Yeah. Well. So now then, I think we have about 5 minutes left of this session, and straddles are flying as expected the last 5-10 minutes. Now we're up to a 20th straddle from Guillaume in seat number 9, and it will be Matthias then in seat number 1, first to act. Does he have any? Matija, he has the ace queen actually, and surely gonna be putting in a race.
Yeah, he's going to be getting in the mix here for sure. He's been quite quiet.
Yeah.
But plenty of reason to pop things up, and that's what he does with tons of straddles and the beers starting to kick in around the table, as you can imagine. Florian, is he going to go crazy with the 9-4? No, he's not.
Does not. So
he's
the
played
race
quite
is
solid,
60.
to be fair, actually. With
Absolutely.
all of the talking, it's like a Phil Lark routine from back in the day.
Yeah.
Solid cards, lots of table chat.
Yeah. Small, like building an image.
Building an image, exactly. And getting paid when he's got the goods.
Yes. Omar now then. Knowing that this is one of the final hands of the night. Of course you want to see a flop on the button with that suited Queen 10. Comes with the call. Oh, he's 3-betting, making it 180.
Wow.
There was a green in there as well. All right.
So big move from Omar.
Big one, and it's not going to get Madija off this hand, so...
You wouldn't think so.
Is Madija going to push it, or just call this one? Let's see if anyone else want to tangle as well. Oscar mucks a queen, as we can see. Bad news for Omar with the 10 mucked by Guillaume. So he'll be dominated, and lacking one of the 10s in the deck as well then. Now then, Guillaume also looking to play. I already have 20.
Is he going to spin it in with the Jack 10 for the goodbye gamble? We would be in horrible shape here versus dominated versus the Queen 10.
Yeah. Let's it go. What about Madija now then? Do we just call or do we shove? Comes with a shove. 500 total goes in the middle. 495.
Is Omar gonna go for the YOLO jam?
I guess he has to call this one, right?
He's put
already,
in
the fingers are already in the cookie jar.
Oh, he's out the way.
He folds. Wow, all right. No big gamble in the last few hands, at least not this one then.
Going for the 3-bet fold.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it was the right decision, but I thought he was going to gamble since we're just done with this stream. Was it the last hand, or do we have time for one more? Some of the players are standing up. Not sure if they do it because it's over, or if they're just doing the stand-up game, perhaps. Now, it looked like that actually was the final hand. It was. So here we are. Look at these beautiful faces too. Yeah, this is George Sanford and myself, Andreas Weisguy Hoagland. Oh, look, they switch our names as well.
Oh, you're in red.
Yeah, we're red. So, we're ending this stream, guys, but we'll be back shortly. I think we just have a 15 or 20-minute break, and then we'll be back with the PLO action, 5-5 PLO, and we're looking forward to that one.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a great stream there with Florian from France, and Sowin saying he drank how many beers? I believe it was 3, the beer count, but whatever happened, he got it in with aces, won a lot of chips.
Then you mean 3 at the same time?
Yeah. Exactly. Sort of like the double parked.
All right, guys. So small break, then we'll be back with the 5-5 PLO action, and by the sounds of it, they're already started to play. We do have them on a 30-minute delay. It looks like we are in for a big night.
Yeah, they've joined the table. Going to be plenty of action in that one. 5-5 PLO. Expect lots of straddles, lots of bluffing, lots of big pots. Stay tuned. 15 minutes time, we'll be bringing you the coverage. And until then, it's goodbye from us.
See you soon.
Right, guys, back from the poker room here at the festival, Banco Casino, joined by Victor, one of the players still in the Bratislava deep stack. 28 players remaining. How's the feeling?
It's good. It's a bit far still, but I'm confident that I was happy that this festival came to Malta.
Yeah. So then you decided to come to Bratislava as well. Are you staying for the full series?
Yeah, I'm staying for the full series. When I saw this festival come here, I was like, okay, just go there and it will be fun and some beautiful tournaments. So.
Yeah, and you're off to a good start then in the deep stack, and then hopefully you'll be deep in the main event. Are you planning to play something else?
Yeah, I'm at day 2 of the main event, and I will play maybe some side events tomorrow. I will see. I didn't remember the program, but.
Yeah, and there's some casino events as well, slots, blackjack. Do you do anything of that?
No, I didn't do that. It's not my. I don't really like it.
Yeah. You're a professional poker player.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So nice to have you here at the festival, and best of luck then, and hope you pick down this deep stack.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Festival Series in Bratislava 2023. My name is Anastasia, and I'm joined by this amazing guy, Kelly Kellner.
All in gold today, my baby. You know.
I love your style. You're always so shiny when you come to play poker.
Sparkle. You got to sparkle in life. If you're not sparkling, are you living? Are you really? And if you're not at the Festival Series in Bratislava, are you actually a poker player? Yeah. This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. And here now, I think now I've finally made it because I'm now being interviewed by the great Anastasia. This is amazing. I love your dominance in the poker world.
My pleasure. And you made the whole this way from Canada to play the Festival Series.
Yes, I just went through my birthday, and I was sitting at home and waiting. Business-wise, it's been very stressful the last little bit, and so between 9 p.m. and 9 a.m., I decided, what the hell, I'm going to jump on a flight to Toronto and a flight to Vienna and a bus to Bratislava, and here I am. And
that's how you do it.
That's how you do it. You just make up your mind, just like spur of the moment, and away you go. So that's what you do. And, here to see Frankie, who's built an amazing company, amazing series. Love some of the things we've got going on here. Very non-traditional sports betting tournaments, roulette tournaments, blackjack tournaments. Gambling, baby, that's what it's all about.
We also have hospitality. Did you know about it?
Oh, I did not know about that. Tell me about the hospitality. I'm very eager to hear about this.
We have a lot of fun. So whoever qualified, they're entitled to go and have a free hospitality with me in charge.
Really? Oh my goodness, I didn't qualify. Can I buy my way in?
You can.
Okay, excellent, excellent.
Going for the dinner in 1 hour.
Oh, really? Oh, but I'm chip leader in the seniors right now.
Seniors.
Firsthand. I just turned 56. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I know.
And I'm very immature. Firsthand, knocked 2 guys out the first hand and just running good. I've got like 6 times average. So as my son will say and send me a message shortly, don't screw it up, Dad, because he is the next generation of poker. But here I am. I'm repping Canada. I'm repping the family. I'm repping anybody that sparkles and living my best life. And that's what you got to do, kids.
Yeah, I actually met your son in Dublin, so he didn't come with you this time.
No, he actually has a job, and he's so much more responsible than I.
You.
Yes, exactly. But after Dublin, so I put a couple of coaches around him that are a little more like, my style doesn't work for my son. I'm a little too flamboyant.
Wait a minute, he actually done Irish Open main event better than you.
Yes, of the 11 of us that came, the Canadian invasion, he was the last man standing, and he won a Saturday to get his second bullet into the main. So very proud of the boy. But he goes back to Calgary, goes back to Canada. A couple months later, he goes to a little festival we have there, buys in, doesn't even tell me he's going, buys into a $340 event, 511 players. Kid comes third for $11,838. This kid is power. He's the future. I love the future, the next generation of poker players. I'm proposing that I want to build, you've got the seniors tournaments, which of course I am amazing in, but I'd like to see like a capped 25, like a Young Guns, and then we'll have the Young Gun winner and the seniors winner play off for dominance of the world. I think that's the series we got to have. So there you go.
Did you ever win seniors?
I've done very well in the seniors. If you go look at my hand in mob, I've done well at Poker Stars in Barcelona. The very first one I played at the Venetian in Vegas when I first turned 50. I think I came 14th out of a pretty big field. So it's a different gameplay in the seniors. You bet continuation bet, fold if they call, they've got it. And until you get down to the money, then you get.
So you want to say that it's more ABC poker in seniors?
Yeah, it's old school and it's kind of fun, and because it's very easy to play, but don't let anybody know that. So I love playing the seniors, and I can outdrink all of them, and I'm funnier than all of them. So what the hell?
Yes, we're gonna keep it in secret, okay?
Absolutely. I have secrets.
Yeah.
Any other secrets we should keep just between us and
yes, nobody. Yeah, a lot.
Okay, there we go. I like it. Bratislava, first time here. This is a great country. This morning, so I actually have a friend who used to work in television with my mother years ago. Nice. So we went out for dinner last night, went for a walk. This morning I went through the Christmas festival markets. Oh my God, it was amazing. I actually got hammered on the plum and cherry mulled wine. I had like 3 of these, and I'm like walking through the streets, and it was...
It's so innocent, but so good.
Yes, exactly. And then you eat these marinated cherries that are just like, oh my God. So in true seniors fashion, I had a little nap, and now I am crushing it. And this could be a nice title.
So the festival series, yes. What you can say?
So played a quick Saturday when I got in the first night, and great venue, great crowd. I've played a few European events recently, so I'm building a little network of friends and some just poker's. You get that inner circle of some great people, some great friends. So where rather than sitting at home and going to the office and just kind of sweating about life, come here, hang out with some great people, and make things happen. So that's what we're doing, having a great time, and you look amazingly beautiful. I love always hanging out with you. We've had a lot of fun throughout the years. Absolutely. Going back. I just saw pictures when I first met you in the Caribbean at the Party Poker. I came, I think I almost final tabled the main event of that.
Was that 2016?
No, it was before that. Oh yeah, it could have been 16 or 15, something like that. Yeah. Long time ago.
Yeah, that's where we met. Yes. And now we met each other again in Bratislava here in the festival series. Kelly, I wish you best of luck this week. We still have a lot of tournaments to come.
Yes.
And I saw you really enjoying so far the seniors.
Yes.
But
I'm making everybody laugh. Everybody's too serious. You gotta just go and just be a little bit outrageous. So, anyways, I got my sparkles on.
Always.
Lucky Puff, which that's probably not for mixed audiences, but yeah, we're having a great time here. Looking forward to the main. Looking forward to a couple of these other events, and adding I'm adding a Slovakian flag onto my hen and mob. So there we go. That's what it's all about.
That's what you need.
Of course, I got my Icelandic one last year, which still hasn't posted. But yeah.
Anyways, he can talk forever. I love you, Kelly. You're a crazy, amazing guy.
There we go. We have it on video. You love me. You love me. Oh my God, that's so beautiful. We're doing great.
I wish you best of luck.
Thank you,
and see you around.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Festival Series in Bratislava 2023. My name is Anastasia and I'm joined by amazing Jason. Jason, you made all this way from Australia just to come to Bratislava and be with us during the Festival Series.
Love the Festival Series, Anastasia, and love to be here. I've attended a lot of the Festival Series since I first joined in 2020. It's a lot of fun, it's a lot of place, and this is where my Coolbet bear was discovered. I got it from Svein Olive back in 2020 during COVID.
Yes, that was during the Festival Series. So, little baby, can I have it, please? Little Cool Bear from the Coolbet by Svein Olive. So, he travels with you everywhere.
He does. He's played in South Africa earlier this year. He's been in Australia, New Zealand, played in Singapore, Macau. He's been, just about 25 countries now.
And I know that you always take a picture and post on the social media, no matter where you are, with this cool bear.
Absolutely. I love to put him on Instagram and love to show everybody where he's at and what he's doing.
And tell me the way he arrived to Bratislava from Australia.
He had his own seat from Singapore to London. So he
business class
seat, yes. He flew in 15K all the way from Singapore to London, and then he travelled with me there from London to Zurich.
Wow. And I remember previous events. What happened was you arrived to the event and your luggage was lost, so you didn't collect it. And I know now how much this little bear means to your family as well, because the first question you were asked, did the bear make it? Is he with you?
Did the bear make it? That's right. Emirates let us all down in September for the Coolbet Open, and the baggage didn't make it, but the bear did. So I didn't have any clothes, but I had my bear.
You had your bear.
It's all good.
So you're here now in Bratislava with us. I'll give you your little baby to you. Take care of him. So you're here now with us. Thank you again so much for coming.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you for having me, and I love being here and looking forward to the next festival series.
Absolutely. We will have it next year, hopefully 4 stops next year, so you will have a lot of flying.
I will have a lot of flying, and we'll do everything we can to make every single stop.
Oh, we will. And don't forget your baby.
Oh, no, don't worry. He doesn't get forgotten. I'll forget anything. I'll forget my passport. I won't forget the Coolbet bear.
That is so cute. So he's yours now forever. I know actually people even were asking to pay you.
I've had multiple offers for this bear and a 4-figure offer, but the bear isn't for sale.
How much?
I've had $1,000 offered for him, but he's not for sale.
No.
So, no, he's not for sale. So don't send offers, don't anything else. He's not on the market. He will not be sold.
No. So I think now it's time for your baby bear to go back on the table on the top of your chips, because we're just having a break. How are you doing actually now you're playing seniors now?
I'm playing the seniors, yes. I've had a few senior moments on the table. I was playing with Frankie first of all, a lot of fun. Had to fold my aces to him, but that's okay. And now I'm on another...
That's a big fold.
Yeah, big fold on the turn. A big fold on the turn, but you've got to know your players, and Frankie leading into me, it's pretty strong. So if he was doing with 2-7, good on you, Frankie, well played. But I think I was the right fold.
Okay. Okay. So I wish you best of luck, Jason. We will see you around here. We still have a lot of events to come, and I wish you to take down some of them.
Thank you, Anastasia. I'll do all my very best I can.
If it happens, your cool bear will have a separate special picture.
Oh, lovely. That's great. That'll go up on my main office on the wall. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason, so much.
Lovely interview with Jason Kisilis, and look at this.
Here it is. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is going to be pandemonium.
And normally we ask you guys in the chat, you hear us loud and clear, but this time I don't know if we can be heard ever.
I'm not sure we can even speak over the table audio here.
Wow.
It's going to be crazy. Look at that. We've got Yonkite. He's buying in for what looks to be 3,000 euros. We're going to have a 5-5-10. And I don't think the straddles are going to stop at 10, to be honest.
Yeah, actually, Jonas bought in for 5,000. We just got some info, so it's the biggest stack by far.
Yeah, 20 stacks of 1,000. That's
Frankie is in for 1,000. Sasha's for 1,000 as well. Martin, seat number 1, seems to be in for 500. The Value Town guy, Martin Conwalker,
in for 1,000.
And then we got Georgie, seat number 2. Scott in seat number 3. Our Poker Bros. He's starting with 500. And Alexandros, seat number 4, buying in for 1,000. Then we don't know exactly what Matthias has in seat number 5, but we'll, of course, have all the graphics for you once we get started. But yeah, Franke is doing the job for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. Win a lot.
This is, if you're new to the stream, the Cash Game Challenge, and this is part 2 for today. This is 2 hours of 5-5 PLO 4 and 5 cards. It has been told to us it will be played both of those, and it's all about winning as many big blinds as possible. The leaderboard right now has Danius with the bagging 1,068 big blinds in the 2-2 session the other day. So to have any of these guys taking over that lead would have to be, if they win a couple of 5,000s of Kyte perhaps, if he cleans the table himself.
This could go in any direction. You're going to see some big action here, and we're not going to sugarcoat it. This is just the way it is, and that's why you see Franke sat down there, not afraid to get in the mix. We're going to be seeing all sorts of peculiar hands, raising, 3-betting, triple straddles.
Yeah.
Just you wait for this one, guys. This is going to be action-packed. You can see Poker Bras doing a live Instagram story, maybe he's getting the stream nice and fired up for this one. Thanks to all of you guys from the Poker Bars stream. I believe that he is raiding.
Thank you, guys. And yeah, if you are watching us, if you're a poker fan, maybe you want to show your other friends that not too familiar with poker how fun this game can be, spread the link to this stream, because this is gonna be crazy, guys. But do also tell your friends that this is not how poker is always played. Maybe
we'll do our best.
It will not be as easy to win money in poker as it will be to take Frankie's money tonight.
Potentially. We'll see how it goes.
We'll see.
He packs a punch and he's tough to play against. So it could go many different ways.
We should say that he holds the record. We've done these cash game challenges throughout all our stops during the years. And Frankie actually had a session, I think it was in Malta, where he won 3,000 big blinds in a 2-hour session of 2-2 poker. So, well, he's aiming for that record, of course, tonight, but we'll see how it goes. But we're soon about to get started. They're just settling in there to their chairs, putting their money on the table, and seems like Frankie's instructing all the players what this is all about. Let's listen to the guys.
One time only.
And he's blaming the stream as well.
It's boring.
He wants to get in as many hands as possible.
Absolutely.
And of course, that's the right tactics. If you're going to win a lot of big blinds, you have at least got to have some hands played. Yep, another instruction from Frankie. You're allowed to have your phone by the table, but do not look at the stream. Tough rules from Frankie. Oh, these guys, are they already banter Scott and Frankie not agreeing? I just think they're talking about two different things actually, as we have some apple juice orders as well being taken by our lovely waitress, and we have Argo from the production team instructing the players how they should place their cards. Yeah, there's a lot of things before we can start this stream, but we're soon about to get live and action. Now the final preparations then. Our floorman also in picture.
You will get 4 cards, you need to put them side by side, so 2 and 2. Sometimes leader says you have to show them with 1, and he talks with the back people. If you add money from your starting stack, you need to be very clear. Frankie adds a 500. Declare.
He's doing all the work now, right?
He's an absolute natural.
Yeah, he's going to be doing the commentary live as well for us. George and me, we can go off to the spa for 2 hours perhaps and just watch the stream. Have Frankie do the talking.
If it was open, they closed it at the
Oh, yeah, they have.
Got it. The Value Town is raiding us with a party of 27. Thank you so much.
Welcome, guys, and you have your very own Martin Kahnåker in seat number 1. He'll be firing some bullets against these guys, or hopefully he'll be winning a lot of bullets.
I hope so.
And yeah, we can see, as we said, Martin Kahnåker, seat number 1, one of the notables on this stream, and also 3rd seat, Scott Poker Bras Kenyon. One of the ACR Stormers has his own Twitch channel, streams a lot of poker.
Yeah, Loves Mixed Games was playing the horse event, playing the horses event, was playing the 8 games, so looking to see how he fares in the PLO4 and 5.
Yeah.
Jon getting out the way, and Martin straight in the mix with the Ace King
right
King 4.
away.
That's a premium. Buying him for 600. He's a Value Town member.
And goes for the 40 race.
Yeah.
So we're off to a flying start then.
Martin goes under the nickname Rim Job Lover.
Oh, that was not nice,
That's a cheeky one. Behave in the chat, guys.
Yeah.
Georgie's going to flatten +3. Jake in the cutoff. Should be squeezing here with this kind of hand, but he's going to look like he's just going to call. I'd be taking it upstairs in this kind of lineup, but yeah. Don't blame him. Looking to induce some action behind, maybe.
Frankie with a fantastic hand.
Frankie pops it, of course.
No, did he?
Yeah.
Wow.
10-8, 5 deuce, guys. Welcome to the game.
Welcome to the game. Committing half his stack, and Martin isn't going anywhere. He's all in. And bad news for Frankie, as I think these two will be heads up. I doubt that Jake wants to gamble for his whole stack as well right away. Oh, he's actually all in. He is, all right.
That's a great hand multi-way for sure. 2 good suits, connectivity. One time, 3 ways to get things kicked off here. Martin with the equity advantage, covers the hearts and has the highest pair.
Yeah.
Frankie with the 10 high.
Somehow you almost feel like Frankie's going to win this in some way.
Or something, or deuce.
Yeah, oh, the good old
That's
deuces.
the classic Frankie.
And we have a showdown from Martin at least. Everyone showing their cards. And Frankie building image with a 10-8, 5 deuce. Single suit loose. There's a deuce and a 10. So, and a jack. 2 pairs then. Sorry,
there's a 4 for Martin.
Nice one. And he seals it with the king.
The superboat.
Nice start then for Martin Kahnåker, seat number 1. Triples up the very first hand. And Frankie has to say the magic words. Rebuy.
Chips. Gonna be seeing plenty more of this kind of action, guys.
Yeah.
That's just a little light start, 3-way all in. Frankie with the 10 high, Martin's in there with the Ace King King 4. Big hold for him, he's up to 1.7k.
And the poor runner from the casino that will be handling chips to this table will have blisters on their toes tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of work getting the step count up. Be about 20,000 steps going to and from the cash desk for this one.
Yeah.
So Jake's getting back in the mix. He's got a stack of 50s there. Looks like he's going to be back in for 500. Franke is going to buy in for 500 again. And it's a great start for the Value Town member in seat 1, picking it up.
Yes, yeah, running hog, right in, Frankie action.
Sean WRK, hello, hello. Running says hi and raids us from his channel with Party of 9. Welcome, welcome, guys.
Welcome, guys.
Plenty of action, and we've got the viewer count over 100 for the first time this week. Boom, boom.
Nice
Usually, as I say that, a couple of people drop out of spite, you know. Hey, I'm going to make a difference here.
Yeah, but no one wants to miss Frankie action, I think. It's going to be a lot of that going on to this 2 hours. We just played one hand, and already we had to reload and give 2 of the guys a new set of chips, fresh 500 for both seat number 4 and Frankie then seat number 8. New hand, starting with the straddle 10 from Jon Kyte. And Martin counting his new 1 chip, stacking them nicely, waiting for a new hand where he'll be first to act just shortly, as we have some deliveries to the tables as well. And it looks like some sodas and water, actually. Are they getting serious now, these guys?
Ooh, could be.
Yeah. No apple juices on that tray. As Martin now will be first to act. Will he find another premium one? Frankie, at least, holding on to the apple juice orders. Martin now then. Does he have anything? No, he was just waiting for it.
No, 5, 5, 10 to go then. And the action's happening so quickly, we're struggling to keep up with it. Scott limps in with the King, Queen, 10, 9. And the reason why he's doing this is because
he's waiting for someone in the small blind, big blind, sorry.
Is almost an autopot. That's the way he plays. He just drives the action, so it's actually quite smart to
he misclicked. He called. He just called. No, he just called. He misclicked. Exactly. It was a trap, but it didn't work this time for Scott.
So some diamonds there. Decent one for Scott. He's got a gut shot with the Queen High flush draw. John, swing and a miss from him. Franke has a pair. What else we got? Alexandros not really holding much. Got a backdoor flush draw, gut shot.
Yeah. What about Scott now then?
And Franke does lead with his 7.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly. He does have the best of it so far, to be fair, but Scott's got a lot of equity over there with the flush draw and the straight draw. Alexandros out the way.
Yes. So we're heads up to the turn. Frankie needs maybe to avoid a lot of cards now as its flush fills up for Scott. So bad news.
Yeah, very bad news. King of diamonds.
Open-ended nut flush draw as well. The
could make the royal
flush.
Here.
Yeah.
I think Jon had the 8 of diamonds.
Yeah, he did actually, and the 9 is blocked by Frankie. Yes. So okay, but there will not be a straight
just
flush.
The second nuts versus a lunatic will do, I think. You're taking this one to the bank. Never folding this hand versus Frankie, of course. He's just deciding whether
Scott
he's going
doing
to
some
call
Hollywooding.
Or jam.
All right,
he's going to call. He wants to keep some random blasts in there, as we can see Frankie just holding the 9 of diamonds and not having any equity. Can't improve to a boat. And what's it to be? The 10. So is Franke going to fall for this one here? Looks pretty strong once Scott calls the turn.
Dash
and
actually
he does
give it up.
Wave the white flag. And
Scott trying to extract some more value from Franke, but it's not going to work this time.
I don't think so. And maybe allowing some room for a check jam as well.
Franke showed the 7 deuce. True.
Vamos, Martin, says Captain Hammer 1. Thanks for joining. Let us know where you're tuning in from, who you're rooting for here. This action is going to be ballistic. Average pot of well over 500 euros, I imagine. As you can see there, we've had a 1.7k pot to get things kicked off. And Scott Pokebras takes down the second pot, making a nice little profit there versus Franke as well. Aloha, says Mikey. How you doing?
Welcome to us, and still holding the count over 100.
Yeah, holding strong. Let's see what's happening. Let's go, Bras.
Martin Karnoker with the straddle, seat number 1 then, to get the next hand going. And it seems like they agreed to only play 4 cards, right? I think so.
Yeah. There's so much action that you don't need the 5th card.
No, exactly. Frankie has enough trouble just looking at 4 cards, so yeah.
Any 4 will do.
Now then, Jake, our guy from Novibet, seat number 4, folding.
And Alexandros has got a great hand. Ace-Jack 10-8 with the nut suit. He's going to pop it up here. He makes it full pot, 40 to go.
Frankie, of course, not folding.
Yeah, he goes for his patented
look at this.
3-bet small out of position. Just a little pot builder for him.
Yeah, has June made it 300?
Yeah,
he has.
He's going to pot it.
So the bet now is 305 from June Kyte. What about Alexandros? Tough spot now, 265 to
versus
call.
The cold 4-bet from John as well. He's not worried about Franke, he's more worried about John.
Because Franke's going to be all in with the call. So heads up, or did Alexandros stay in?
So we do go 3 ways to the flop by the looks of things.
Wow, nice one. Already almost 1,000 in the middle now then. 940 in this pot as Frankie is all in. What about June? Is he going to push this one?
Oh, wow. Franke flopping a flush draw.
The only one with a flush draw.
55% with what would be usually perceived to be a trash hand, but it's the nuts for Franke as he takes the equity advantage.
For those of you guys in the production team, please screenshot this, as Frankie will never have as high equity as 55%.
Unheard of.
No. Now then, with the deuce on the turn, as it went check, check.
Yeah, John and Alexandros have reason to be a little bit scared of this board. Not really great equity, neither player holding a flush draw. The board can change very often. Alexandros has middle pair with a gut shot. He's just going to realize his equity here, looking for a 9, and improves to the 8.
Oh, poor Frankie. He was in the lead.
Yeah, he had the best of it. Had the 2 pair on the turn and cannot find the hold. Just holding 6-5 now for 2 pair. Now this is a game I'd like to sit in, says Mr. Lidor, taking the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, Mr. Leader, the line to this table is like 3 blocks. 3 blocks, yeah.
We've got them queuing up from all over. I think it's gone over the border to Austria.
Yeah, the most frequently searched on Google right now in the neighboring countries is how far can I get to Bratislava? How long is the taxi ride from different cities around Europe? And
unfortunate for Franke there. Turn 2 pair and not going to see the winner on the 8, improving Alexandros to top trips. 8 with the ace kicker.
Oh yeah. So Frankie has to turn himself to the gods from the casino for another reload, I think.
Yeah, that's going to be the second reload in 3 hands. It's a good start.
You might think that a 2-hour cash game session is not that long, but when you start losing 500 a hand, it can be a long
And the beauty of it is that it creates so many big pots, and the guys that are kind of like jostling for position, kind of caught in the midst of the fire, you know, like what's going to happen? Is he going to raise? Frank is very unpredictable. He knows that people are going to be trying to trap him a lot and trying to keep the pot small, waiting for him to raise and then look for the back raise. So he's going to mix things up. He's not going to just pot every hand, but he's going to give action, as you can see. No premium for him so far, and he's been all in twice.
Yeah, and we're on hand number 4, which means he actually folded 1 hand then.
Yeah.
Now then, Alexandros with the kings. Jake was opening with the ace-king 8-7.
Yeah.
And it's 30 to go when it's time for Alexandros.
quite a loose open with this kind of table, with this kind of dynamic. It's, you know, not holding a nut suit. You've got a tri-suit component. Would just be folding this one, expecting to get 3-bet almost every time on this kind of dynamic.
Frankie, not the
Frankie's
worst of
actually
hands,
got a decent holding.
Yeah, but unfortunately for him, the kings are gone, and well,
yeah,
1-7 is blocked by Jake as well. So
pot.
Oh no! Here we go again.
Here we go again. Let's see what Jake does with
Yeah,
that
now
Ace King 8-7. He's in rough shape, and Martin has a decent hand, but
Yeah.
facing this kind of action, you might think he just gets out the way. It's so tough to control the size of the pot when you've got a player in there like Frankie, who's just going to be relentlessly 3-betting and driving the action himself.
Yeah.
So he does make a good fold. I like
Because
that.
you do know that all of these guys that are already in the hand as well, Jake and Alexandros might as well been, they just might be limping, waiting for that pot from Frankie in order to get smashing. But this time I think
Yeah.
it's just going to be a call from all of them. Jake stays in, Alexandros will for sure do.
Yeah, and now he knows that Jake is capped, and that means that Jake is not going to have a better hand, so it's a great spot for him to shove, because he knows he's going to be well ahead of Frankie, who's just about got anything, and he knows now that without Jake going for the rejam, that he is going to have an inferior hand to kings. So good spot for Alexandros, although does not have the equity advantage, because one of his kings, both of them have gone, so he can't flop the set.
1.5k in this.
Yep, already 1.5k to go. Diamonds no good for Alexandros either, as Frankie's got the diamonds. And it's an ace-high board, so 2 pair for Jake.
Wow.
And Frankie's got a set.
Oh yeah, he does have the sevens. Forgot about that one.
Needs to hold.
Is he?
And he
Oh, look. What's happening? Frankie winning a hand. Nice hand.
Oh, he's going to slow roll. Amazing. He gets those 2 binds back straight away in the 3-way all in.
Oh. Yeah, and that's good news for all the other guys on the table. Frankie sitting with 1,500.
Well, it's good news and bad news, because the pots just get out of control.
Yeah, that's true.
You've got a player with 300 bigs there that's just going to be potting everything. He's up 35 euros.
Perfect. Screenshot that as well.
Let's see, this could get really out of control. I imagine that we could be seeing a pot of...
Yeah, we had that competition between you and I.
Guys in the chat, we got 122 of you. Thanks for joining. What do you think the biggest pot size is going to be? What is the biggest pot of this night? We've got so much blistering action already, and now we've got Frankie sat there deep, playing almost every hand. I reckon it's going to be north of 6k.
I was about to say 5.2.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm going to go with the under then. But
Okay, you take the under.
Yeah, I'll take the under 6, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a 6-7k.
Yeah,
pot.
Mikey reckons 12. I think that's a little ambitious.
Yeah,
but
we'll see, we'll see.
But if we get some reloads or Frankie doubles up this one, then that's certainly on the cards. Urban says 6.4. Running says 4.9.
All right. We'll try to... you have a few minutes more. Let's lock the guesses in, and then we'll try to send a festival cap or something to the winner of this guessing game. So get your guesses in between. Yeah, let's make it like 5 more minutes. The biggest pot of the evening. How big will it be? And remind you, if you're not familiar, we're going to play for exactly 2 hours, and we're about 10-15 minutes in. So 1 hour 45 minutes more is how long we're going to play this cash game challenge. It's capped by time to 2 hours.
8.2k says Op Darling. SL4 says 5.5.
Yeah. Slasktratt, actually, 5.5.
Yep.
That's Swedish.
7.2, 6.6, 8.05. Mr. Leader taking a little bit of an angle there.
Yeah, sure.
Come on, the 12, says Mikey. He's got the over at the moment. So anyone want to match that bid? Little 12.01 if you want the over on that. 13k, says Stocken.
New high. As Frankie now with some sixes.
Gets it in with a gut shot, a pair, and could hit the 6 as well. Let's see what Jake's got. He's got aces. So
no
he's
flush
got
draw for him though, so Frankie needs
a 5 or a club.
Yes. And it's 1.1 in this pot, so
Is it capped because of Martin's sleep schedule? He needs to go to bed soon, ? I'm not sure about that. I think this one will be spilling over. 9.9 says Captain Hammer.
Now then, what are we waiting for here now?
Yeah.
Just,
relatively small
as
pot
we know,
of
they're only
1.1K.
allowed to run it once, according to Frankie rules. So this is the one and only Jack. No help for Frankie. So the aces.
Flopped a monster there with the Queen 6-6-4. Flopped a top pair with the open-ender. He would have been the equity leader on the flop. But,
he would, yeah, for sure.
Unfortunately, the ace closed out a couple of his, well, the 6 or the 4.
Yeah, and we can tell you that the Cash Game Challenge, the format that we are playing, it's played every day throughout the festival, and it's 2 hours exactly. It's either Texas or PLO, and the rules are that the person who bags the most number of big blinds won in the single 2-hour session during the festival will walk away with the added €1,600 package to our next stop next year.
New dealer. Does he know what he's in for?
Oh yeah, this might be a day to remember.
Yeah, absolutely. At least he's not going to be running multiple boards or anything like that.
No.
Only running it once, as per Franco's wishes.
Yes, as we get a new deck on the board as well from the production team, spreading it out, checking that we have all the cards in the deck and no jokers for Frankie.
No.
Maybe he would need, that would be something. Frankie had a joker in every hand.
He's got a joker in his pocket that he can use for one pot.
Yeah, exactly. A free card. Now then, let's shuffle and deal the next hand. Scott Poker Bros Kenyon in the big blind. And there's a lot of banter going on this table, discussing hands and laughing. We haven't seen that much of Sasha, seat number 7, Sasha Mann. Familiar face also at all the festivals, playing a lot of tournament poker mostly, I think, but now he's in this cash game. And of course, sitting next to Frankie, I hope he has something to protect his ears. But also something so he can wake up in the middle of the night dreaming, screaming.
Retains the use of his ears after the booming laugh that we all know from the festival founder Frankie there, sat in seat number 7.
Now then, some more apple juice order being placed.
It's been 5-5-10 for a while, buddy. Catch up. Yeah, the apple juices are coming around, the drinks are flowing, everyone's having a good time here at the festival. And this isn't the only game. If you are thinking of making your way over, seeing a great advertisement for the games that are running, we've got 13 tables running, including some 5-5, Super Dealer's Choice, PLO4 10-10, 4-5, No Limit Hold'em 1-3 tables, a couple of low-stakes PLO tables, and some Sveton running as well. So fun for everyone. Whatever your game type is, there's something on offer here at the festival. We're going to be getting you some details on what's going on in the high roller as well, the 1K.
Let's see. Georgie getting in the mix. We haven't seen too much of him. Now he's 3-betting with a mystery hand. Makes it 135 to go. Jake, not much of a hold. Omaha hand, folding the 9-5-3 deuce. Frankie, almost with the nuts. If you're Frankie, of course, you're moving all in with this one. And Georgie has nothing else but to call this one. Leaving 370 behind, it's nothing he want to do. I suppose he has a decent hand, and he knows that Frankie's range is off the charts.
Yeah. You cannot even comprehend what sort of hands he's going to be in there with. He 4-bets it in with the ace.
And look, he's actually
sitting good.
Yeah, I was about to say that Frankie's the favorite, but it's actually trailing by a few percent.
Just by the byproduct of all of that connectivity.
Yeah.
And he shows the 6-3 with the ace. Cards on their backs.
And you can see that Frankie is at least blocking 2 hearts for Georgie, but
he's going to have to fade a lot of outs.
If there's going to be a jack on this board, it's going to be bad for Frankie. A lot of straight opportunities, of course, for low cards is what Frankie is asking for. Let's see. Oh, yeah, he gets them. Look at these.
Open-ender, no flush draw for his opponent, and he's got a pair as well.
Now then.
So 9 or a 4. The jack opens in a gut
something
shot.
For Georgie. Needs an 8 for the straight, but will he get any other help?
They both make a straight on the river as Georgie makes the nut straight.
Disaster, says Frankie. And laughs. Yeah. It's rare to see someone lose a 1K pot as happy as Frankie. Maybe Florian from the previous table could have done the same, but and for those of you who has been guessing the pot size, now we're gonna close that competition just shortly. But we did have some screams from the table.
Yeah.
You know that we are on a 30-minute delay, so what that was all about, we'll have to wait 30 minutes to see. But there we are pretty seated quite close by to this table, so we cannot see them, but we can hear them. So we'll see. But right now, this is the hand number 6, I think, or 7, and yeah, it's been pretty much all
wild.
in. It's
what
been
we
wild.
Expected, right?
Yeah, definitely. And Captain Hammer says 5-6 drinks more and the pots will be 20K. Well, we'll see about that.
He's already got his guess in of 9.9, so he's just hoping that the apple juice flies around.
Yeah, absolutely. But now, well, let's see. I'm sure if this would have been like a 5-6 hour stream, surely we'll have seen pots about 20K, but we'll see what we get time to in this 2-hour session. And we need also Jon Kyte to get his big stack working, adding some chips to this pot.
And he's going to flat with the King Jack Jack 6.
And Frankie is open with another premium.
Is
10,
Martin
9, 8,
going to call or 3-bet? He's going to call.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to reopen the action.
No, for Frankie, no.
Yeah.
Because then he has to play for its entire stack.
Yeah.
Perhaps, as Jon has the jacks. Scott blocking one of them, folding his hand.
Jake's
Trips for Jake. This is surely not.
Hand.
Yeah. He'd like to play Sweden with that one, but no. And Alexandros most likely to call.
The action. I think he's going to be in there. He's got a nut suit and some high cards. Can definitely flop some favourable runouts.
Yeah.
So 4 ways to the flop, as expected. Frankie and 3 stragglers. And it comes 10-6-3. John has a flush draw. Martin has
the nut flush draw. Yeah.
Frankie's got the 10 high flush draw with the gut shot. So I think he's going to be
only Alexandros who does not like this board at all. But Jon in a bit of trouble with his flush draw, perhaps.
Does have the overpair though, which is good right now. But that's going to be a tough one to hold up.
What do we do now here with the gut shot and the nut flush draw for Martin?
Just be potting it personally.
Yeah.
He's going for the passive option. He just goes for the call.
Yeah.
I think when John calls here, he's never going to have a hand like 10s or 10-6 with a redraw or So I think we want to try and get value from the worst draws that are out there. So I'd have been taking that one upstairs. We can min raise, and then Frankie has room to rejam. And now this is a bit of a disaster for Martin because he's seeing that John has a bit of an equity advantage over him now. And John does come along for the ride with the overpair and the king high flush draw, and Martin now really no option but to just call.
He does.
That's what he's going to do.
Another pot north of 1K, 1.2
not
already.
Many clubs out there. Frankie's looking for the hold here. He's got the 2 pair, not looking for a 3 or a 6 or a 7. An 8 is fine. Top 2 is good. No one with the straight. And he's got 120 back, so I think he's probably going to put it in.
But 100?
Yeah.
Saving a 20 for the bar note. Let's see.
And John flicks it in there, praying that he's missed something. And Frankie is going to take that one down with the 2 pair.
Back to 1.5 then. That's what he's in for. So even Steven for Frankie at the moment. Jon, 4.2. He started with 5K, so he's trailing a bit right now. And we're talking a few blinds.
Yeah.
But still, above is above.
Absolutely. Can I raise blind?
Yes, sir, you're allowed to. If you're under the gun, just feel free. Raise it. Although if he is to make it 10, he might as well use this as a straddle, I guess.
That's what I thought. Yeah. I don't see the difference, really. And also, it's just like something that it's not great for the flow of the game, you know. Just it's 5-5-10. Just chuck the 10 in. Don't try and get some kind of. I think he's trying to get some kind of advantage. I'm not really sure what the angle is, but
no, we'll see.
Let's just keep it as it is. That's the way to do it.
Sasha now then, first to act. He hasn't played a single hand so far. I haven't even seen him call pre-flop, I think. And not likely to play this one in an early position either.
We heard you loud and clear there.
Oops, yes, sir. It's saved for the future.
Sasha's going to limp in now. As you mentioned, it wasn't really in a pot so far, so he's
he heard me.
Frothing for some action.
All right, Frankie.
Frankie pots it, and Martin's out the way. Georgie on the cutoff, not really strong enough to consider calling. Scott, he's out of there with some rags, and it's over to Jake, who's got somewhat of a playable holding versus the wide range you expect Frankie to be in there with. He's got a decent suit, ace-king. Alexandros just with the rainbow jacks, think he's going to call. Do you need to be wary, because Sasha can sometimes be limp raising here. We know on this occasion that he's not going to be doing that. Matthias, 10-5-4-3. Yeah, good fold. Just in case you are getting limp raised. It's quite a opportunistic spot now for Sasha, but he doesn't really have...
Blocking the 5-4-3 for Frankie, so we'll see.
Ooh.
Nothing much, at least not for Frankie. It's the jacks.
Not really for anyone.
No, the jack's still ahead.
He's got a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw though, Frankie, and we know that he's capable, so is he going to go for a bet? He is not. Ace of diamonds on the turn though, what a card. Gut shot and a flush draw for Frankie. Jake improves to top pair. Alexandros not really having anything, and Sasha as well, so should be a pot here between Jake and Frankie. Jake goes for a check by the looks of things. Don't think Frankie is going to be letting this one check through.
Definitely not.
He goes for the full pot.
Yeah. And of course Sasha and Alexandros will not stay in, but what about Jake? Ace-king.
Yeah, these are tricky because he's just got the ace-king. He doesn't really have any additional equity, and he's got two players behind. So we might see him actually go for the fold.
Yeah.
And yeah, he is going to lay it down. And Frankie employing the aggression to perfection.
Ace 2, 3, 4, 5. Not flush draw. Bravo. And no one Please be secure. How do you know?
Time's up.
No need to commentate with all these.
No. We're just going to let Frankie. Yep, absolutely.
Couple of people leaving the chat there potentially because of their
laugh
getting pounded.
Yeah, don't have your volume up too much because it might be some laughs and screams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Frankie, of course, pots blind under the gun.
Of course.
The dealer can't even give them the cards. Frankie's hands is everywhere on this table right now.
So we got the blind pot from Frankie. That's going to add a lot of action. Already makes the effective stack so much shorter when you've got a player like this in. Everyone's sat there with over 1k for the most part, but it's playing like 20-30 big blinds, so it's just really crazy. And he's got 10-7-4-4. That's a patented Frankie holding.
And Jon Kyte with the jacks. Lets them go though.
Yeah,
Martin.
too many players behind here.
Yeah.
No ace in his hand. He's going to get squeezed quite a lot on an 8-handed PLO table. Martin's got the tri-suit. I think it's the same kind of thing. Too many players behind here. Oh, he's going to go for the pot. Okay, that's the only other way of doing it. The hand's too weak, too flat, but going to take it upstairs and try and isolate the raise from Frankie. But he does reopen the action. So he's thinking, right, I'm just going to go with this one.
Look, this is a hand you would have hard to fold.
Deuce. Scotty.
There's still one in the deck. Right now then,
yeah.
Jake's
got a terrible hand here. King 5-5-3, just with the king high suit, and the action is not closed because now there's a 3-bet. Frankie's still got the action behind him, so You really don't want to be like entering these pots passively unless you're trapping for the most part with these amount of players left behind.
Sasha looks happy in the big blind. Does he have anything?
Yeah, he's all chatty all of a sudden, right?
Is this a tell? Is he just waiting to have that 4-bet?
Is he lurking?
We'll see.
Matthias is going to get in there with the 10-9-8-7. Sasha's not got as good of a hand as he's representing. Ace, Queen, 6-4. And he's got Franke lurking there, and he's capable of anything here. So you want to be careful with these cold calls.
Yeah, we have
know that your opponent
Martin
might be putting it
Karlåker.
upstairs.
So
Franke
Martin
just calls this
blocking
time.
one of Frankie's 4s. Sasha did fold his hand, so we're 3 ways to the pot, to the flop, and
We
let's
saw a 9
see.
in the window there.
Yeah.
King 8-8.
Trip
What a flop
8.
from Matthias.
Frankie, nothing to the board. Martin with the king.
Yeah.
Trouble.
Franke
Might
looking
be
for the
trouble.
1-outer. He needs a 4.
Yeah. Matthias eyeing the stacks of the opponents.
Yeah.
It's 435 already in the middle, and he has 1.3k.
He's going to go for the lead.
Small bet. And
Tough
so
to have a bluff in this
130.
spot. So it's when you do have these crazy dynamics, you do tend to see people play a little bit honestly when they're kind of leading into the field here, especially when you've got the wild card behind in Franke. So Martin is going to peel one off. He's got the 2 pair with the backdoor flush draw, but definitely reason to be somewhat concerned. Not anymore. There's the king. So the domination rotation now in the favor
Not
of
the
Martin.
card that Matthias wanted to see on that turn.
No, he's going to go for the check.
Martin now then. 695 in the middle.
Yeah, question of how much.
We go 1-3 or do we do half?
Yeah, something around that. He's gone for a
225.
And Matthias just snap folding by the looks of it.
Yeah, he did.
Knows he's up against it.
Yeah, shaking his head. I had an 8, but yeah. Now it's going to be a side bet between Frank. It's going to lose like a 500 here. Okay, watch the stream in 30 minutes. You didn't have an 8. All right, guys. Let's see.
Crazy Franke says running, pop, pop, get it in, says Mikey. That's kind of what we're seeing here. Good summary of the action so far.
Absolutely. And if you just joined us, this is the Cash Game Challenge, part 2 of the day from the festival here in Bratislava. We are playing 2 hours of 5-5 PLO and trying to crown the winner of the week for the most blinds won in a single session, as it's Jon Kyta of Norway first to act in the next hand. Let's see, he lets it go, the ace 10-8-6. Martin Karlåker, seat number 1, is going to fold his hand as well, I'm sure. And Georgie hasn't played too many hands. Suited ace jack 6-5, decent hand, but he's got a lot of players behind him, and not the least, he has Frankie behind him in the straddle right now, so he knows that's probably not going to be as cheap to see a flop as the 30 that he puts in. Making it 30 with Scott coming for the race, making it the 100 by looks of it. Or was it 75? Oh, 125 actually. 125. And Alexandros is out, Matthias is out. Sasha actually staying in. Did we get to see the hand? Now the graphics just disappeared, but now we're back. 10-10-8-7 for Sasha. 7s for Frankie again.
Yeah.
He flopped the set last
the magical
time.
7s potentially coming good for him, although he's only got 1 left,
Yeah,
I think.
exactly. And kings for Jake.
Yeah, he's pumping up the action and getting a load of stragglers to come along. Sasha there with the 10s, 7s, and the ace-jack 6-5 double. So fair fights as we head to the flop.
Well, I
Who's
feel
going to hit?
this flop can be big. Oh.
Comes Jack high with a flush draw, so Georgie connects with that one, and
Yeah.
Sasha's got the low end of the wrap. Franke has just a 9. Not too great for him.
Yeah.
Oh, no, please no, Franke. Got to respect the multi-way pot here. There's just going to be at least one player that's going to have connected with this one quite hard, but he does go for the 175. Rather optimistic with just 4% equity 4 ways.
Georgie
he needs
surely not folding.
Needs a 9 or a 7 or backdoor spades, which are covered by Georgie, so he's in all sorts of trouble here.
Yeah.
Jake now with the overpair and the gut shot and the 9, he's going to get out the way. So Franke's 9 is live now. You're going to see his equity jump up a little bit.
Although we had one flash 9 as well.
Oh yeah,
so
for the dealer 9.
Yeah. So the outs for Frankie are limited.
Yeah.
The 3 makes him.
Turn.
Wow,
He's
that's
got 2 pair out of nowhere.
actually a good card for Frankie now then, but as you can see, the equity is still just 17% at the moment.
He's going to have to fade the deck here. He should be able to get rid of Sasha on this card.
He should, yeah.
Just with the low straight draw, but Georgie's not going to be going anywhere. He turns an open-ended straight draw alongside the flush draw, alongside the top pair. You just can't fold these types of hands versus
Frankie goes pot, 970.
Yeah, this is decent awareness. He knows that most of the better hands on the flop would have at least raised. Georgie's going to go with it for sure.
Yeah,
he
goes
knows his
with the
customer.
call.
And that allows Sasha to get out the way. So Franke is going to be an equity underdog, but he does have the best hand right now. He needs to fade.
So
get
guys,
this, an ace, a jack, a 6, a 5, a deuce, a 7, or a heart.
how hard can it be? All right, biggest pot of the night so far. Sasha is all in as well. What happened?
No way.
What happened? Is he?
He's gambling.
Wow.
No,
the open-ended.
Sasha,
Okay.
we can't get it in here with the 10s.
Wow, wow.
That's a big mistake,
So,
I think.
3.1, the current record for the biggest pot of the evening. Oh,
It's a
look
3!
out! Wow.
Franke, easy
How
game.
hard can it be? Easy game.
3.1k. Ship, he says.
Wow.
As he drags it in. He had to fade the absolute world there, because Sasha also came along, which I didn't expect, and he had all of the middling connecting cards as well. The 10, the queen were outs that Franke had to fade. He could only really win on a king, a 7 or a 3.
So this is the current stack of Frankie, 3.5k in his hands. So George, I'm going to be leaving you because I got to join the table.
Yeah, you're jumping in.
I wish. What a game it's going to be. As Sasha reloads and also seat number 2 reloading.
Yeah, what a run out. Dodgy dealer, says Jack Queen King, let's say.
Yeah.
Op Darling says woohoo, some Franke magic there, finding the board pair in his favor.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't have many
too
good
many
rhythms.
outs syndrome.
Haha, Frankie doing Frankie things, says Mr. Leader.
Yes, sir.
That was almost impossible to hold that one.
Yeah.
But if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Mr. Franke.
Yeah. And he doesn't even know how much he dodged there.
No,
He's
wow.
like, yeah, I was the favorite. I was the Charlie. I had like 60% going in.
Uncle Jack on the Twitch streets. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Go Kyte, says
Got some Norwegian
Fishy.
fans there.
Yeah. Kyte, a little bit quiet so far. He's been playing a few pots, but not winning anything just yet. But yeah, it will be a nice pot between him and Frankie now then. They both have near 4K in front of them. So we might have that. What was our guesses? You said 6.
I said
6K.
6.
And I said 5.2.
Yeah.
So already now 3.1 is the biggest one. 3.5 actually now.
Yeah, and he finds a miracle run out there, and he's up to a massive stack. And that's good news for John, because he's the only one that covers him right now, I believe.
Yeah, that's true.
Unshook 1. Fair play, the guy gives action. It's exactly what he does, and he does it with a smile, whether he wins or loses.
Exactly.
It can be a rather insufferable if he's just two-outering you all the time, and he's got the big laugh. But what you realize is that even when he's losing, he has exactly the same energy on the table. So that's what really is the best thing about him. He's a great ambassador for the festival, and as you can see, every man and his dog wants to be in this game because it's a great game, lots of action, but also you've got to be willing to put up the money and live and die by the sword.
Absolutely.
I've been stung by Frankie a few times. Big pots, 2-2. We played a 10k pot.
Wow.
I had everything and I missed in that kind of situation where he almost couldn't really win because I had so many outs. But what happens? He comes up, gives me a big high five, you know, and he knew that it was a tough one for me at the time, but you've just got to take it on the chin, and that's what you're going to see some of these guys do.
Absolutely. Yeah, so if the line to this table wasn't 3 blocks already, it is now, because now Frankie with the big stack and giving the action. As you can see, the 7 high. He's playing Raz, making it 170. Yeah, and this is how it's going to look for the next 1.5 hours,
just
my
potting
friends.
the flop here. He's found himself a gut shot.
Yeah.
He's a believer of the deuce. That's what we like to see. And Alexandros, no option but to come along here.
With the top 2.
Yeah, the board can change. And the issue is versus a player like Frankie is that whenever there's a change in the nuts, he has the coverage. He can have any kind of improvement. You really just cannot range this guy.
No, you can definitely not range this guy. I mean, he could be having exactly everything in this hand and nothing.
Exactly. And now Alexandros, he's got 2 pair on a double flush draw board.
Yeah.
And he is going to shove. Okay, so he does find the metal here. Good man. It is easy. You do see players kind of actually really make a huge blunder and fold that one. And Franke's got almost no outs. He needs a 5. A 5 only, and Alexandros has one. So almost a gift here for Alexandros. And it's going to be the full boat for him.
So
2.1k pot.
Giving some back to the community.
Yeah, that was a little bit soft, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just going to go and grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Absolutely. We'll stay here with you, of course. We're going to watch the action all the way through till the end, as we've just been playing some 40 minutes out of these 2 hours. But we are going to be with you live tonight. And if you just tuned in, this is the Cash Game Challenge from the festival in Bratislava 2023. We are live with these guys. And yeah, it's Frankie, the festival queen, I was about to say, the general, the festival king. He's driving the action right now. He lost the pot, but still has 2.5k in front of him, and they're playing 5-5 PLO for 2 hours. This Cash Game Challenge all about amassing as many big blinds as possible during a single 2-hour session throughout the week to win the package to the next stop. But I don't think we'll see the winner of that package in this stream, but who knows? If we're going to get that 12k pots or so that some of you in the chat has been guessing, then we are up sniffing to the 1,000 blinds that the leader has right now.
I think it's very possible, you know, especially if Frankie can win a few more big pots.
Now then, let's see. New hand, new action for sure. Normally you don't know if it's going to be any action in the hands or if we're going to be slow for a while, but this time
it's almost guaranteed.
I doubt it would be hard. A better guess might have been, what's the smallest pot we're going to see tonight?
Yeah, that's a good one as well. We saw a 500 euro pot. I think that was the second one.
This is hand number 12, and I doubt we're going to see a pot under 500 for the rest of the night.
No,
that would be surprising.
It's going to be very tough. So average pot of well over 1,000 euros here in a 5-5-10 game. It's just craziness.
Yeah. So how much do you wish you were in this game, George?
Yeah, I'd love to be in, but I enjoy commentating it.
Yeah,
it's interesting to see the whole cards, to see how players play the dynamic as well, because I think that people just tend to actually play into the hands of Frankie because they are a little bit face up in the kind of hands that they're going to jump in there with. And sometimes they can play a little bit too passively as well. You've really got to fight fire with fire, I think, versus Frankie. Yeah. But it can be difficult because you're sat in a 5-5 game with a 2k stack, and you're like, well, I don't want to get this in, you know, without aces or something. Yeah. It's rather counterintuitive to make those adjustments. So I'm interested to see mostly how some of the regulars here you know, adjust to this this dynamic. I think that's quite interesting viewing.
Yeah, of course. I know, of course, Frankie can also use that to its advantage. I mean, a few of these players, maybe they play 2-2 normally, and then they sit down in this one with 500, and they get their stack up to 2k. Yeah, you don't want to risk that on,
they don't
as
want to
you
put
say.
It in.
No.
Frankie knows that, and he will relentlessly hunt you if he feels like that you're going to not be able to make a big call. So Frankie goes for the bet on the flop.
Yeah.
And gets a caller from Mateus, who's just got a pair and a gutter. He's got an open ender now with a straight blocker. Frankie's got the 6 as well.
And we see chips flying. Frankie's all in.
They're both all in.
Matthias calls. He needs help now. Does get there with the jack. Wow, look at that.
It's mine. Pay me the money. Pay me the money.
Yeah, pay me the money, says Matthias. He got lucky there. And Frankie now down to 1.3. 3 hands ago he was dancing with 3.5. Now it's down to 1.3. So yeah, this was actually rather unfortunate for Frankie. Got it in pretty good there on the turn, but
yeah, he certainly did. And Matthias kind of with the over adjustment there, just blindly gambling with him. And you know that played into Frankie's hands as he had the best hand there. So you got to be ready to fight back, but maybe a little bit overdoing it, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, can I have milk? Glass of milk with ice. Milk. Oh, very good, very good. Glass of milk with ice.
Nice order from Matthias. Celebrates with a glass of milk. Has he won the Indy 500? Is that what he's up to? So, some quotes from Matthias on this stream. I think he's forgotten again that we have a microphone by the table.
Yeah, we can hear where he's going. It's almost like a stand-up comedian.
Yeah. Well, now waiting for his glass of milk and enjoying that festival hat of his. The color of this stop, pink. Now then, Sasha, not playing. Franke, oh, it does this pot thing, of course. Jon is out.
The patented pot, just a little swish of the finger.
Martin then folding. Georgie, rather nice hand. At least enough to play against Frankie. So, are we heads up? This might actually be a pot under 500, perhaps. We'll see what happens now as Frankie completely misses this one. But there's not much for Georgie either, so it might be Frankie who can get away with a bet here now.
There's only one thing I disagree with Jon is when I was looking away and they tell me it's my turn and I say like, okay, I do my thing.
When check, and it's no help for either player on the turn. And it goes check again. Any help for Frankie on the river? Yes, but Georgie also has a 10, so no good news for Frankie. It might mean that he has to lose a few more chips in this one with the 10. We'll see what he chooses to do as Georgie. Will you value bet the 10? No, he will not against Frankie. Oh, this is the smallest pot of the evening, ladies and gentlemen.
There's
90
no
euros.
Chance we get a smaller one than 90 euros.
No chance at all. Frank is still a bit sad, I think, from the last pot where he lost against Matthias on the river. So just quietly checking it down, giving it up.
He's a man that lives and dies by the swing, so he'll be back.
Yeah, for sure.
Mark Gork popping in. I bet you're wondering what the hell is going on here. Crazy action guaranteed here.
Yeah.
Got some big stacks, 5, 5, 10. We got some blind raises. We got 3-bet pots almost every hand. And everyone's swooning over the waitress there.
Poor girl.
Yeah.
Now standing up with his glass of milk. Apparently ordering some for his friends as well. And we did see some footage of the outer tables in this room, and this tournament actually being played just outside this table. I'm not sure which tournament we have in this room, but right now we have action on 2 different levels and 6 different poker rooms going on here at the festival. So I think you said there was 13 cash game tables. I would say there's like 100 tournament tables now running as well. So
just monster amount of action here. And Mark's saying he's not wondering, he wanted to get a seat, but there wasn't one available. And I think he was promised one as well from the previous stream.
All right.
Yeah, so unfortunate to hear that one. I'm not sure what's happened with if you're in contact with Karev. He's the man to speak to about that. But the good news is that this game often spills onto an outer table, so there'll be plenty of chances to join.
Look at the bad news that's happening now then. Aces, kings, and queens.
Wow, yeah, this is going in. Franke with the kings. Alexandros has got king, queen, queen. Matthias has got the pre-flop nuts with the aces. He's not going anywhere, obviously. It's just whether Alexandros gets caught in the wildfire here with what looks to be a decent hand, and you kind of get yourself into that rabbit hole of thinking, well, Franke's going to be pushing it in. Matthias is all in. And they're all in. Wow.
Oh.
Okay, so it's a 5.5k pot. So
new record for the night, 5.5. Will we see any help for
diamonds.
the other player?
Diamonds. Matthias has got a gut shot. The 3 on the turn is a really safe card for the aces.
Oh, the one out there.
Oh my God!
Are you kidding me?
I did not see that one coming. Franke is a man that can pull a rabbit out of a hat, but that was a special one. King of diamonds on the river to seal the deal. 1 left in the deck. And a 5.5k pot heading in the direction of the Swedish festival founder.
Scott Pokerbras can't believe his eyes. Looked like he scared deer over in seat number 3. OMG.
Wow. Couple of people were alluding in the chat to the fact that it might be rigged. I think they're going to be popping back up again, guys.
Yeah, the festival boss himself.
There we go, Yahuda. Right on cue. Mr. Festival, of course, with the full stop.
Yeah, wow. That's the one. 1 outer and up to 3.5 now, Frankie.
Wow, we were. Let's just take a second to decompress. Mr. Leader never worried. He fancied Frankie to be flipping on the turn by the looks of things.
Yeah, at worst. Frankie just hauling in all the chips. Happy man.
SL4 has guessed 5.5k, so bang on the money.
Oh, yeah, all right. Slasktratt right now in the lead of the guessing game we had with the biggest pot of the evening. 5.5 is the current status for that competition, but we have 1 more hour to go at least from this stream, so I don't think that was the biggest pot of the evening.
No, actually, you're a big underdog.
Yeah.
With Frankie on 5.5.
Yeah.
The biggest pot now will be likely to be 11 plus.
No, but he doesn't have 5.5 now. He has 3.5 because it was a side pot as well.
Oh, there was a side pot.
So
okay,
Frankie has 3.5, I think, right now, but because he has the smallest stack of those that were all in. So it was some money won back for Matthias against seat number 4 as well. So let's see. Matthias, as we can see, 1.1 still in his stack after that hand. Frankie, of course, coming with the race.
Yep, straight back in the mix. Sasha folds. Franke's got the Jack 10-10-4 single.
Yeah, oops, look
Jon
at June.
has called with the rainbow aces.
Oh, he's just calling, right.
No, you don't want to get this in for mountains. It's going to go multi-way.
Yeah, no suits. And we saw 1 ace folded as well from Jake, I think. Oh, he's actually still in, but someone folded an ace.
Yeah.
And Matthias now then.
And Matthias is thinking about all of that dead money and the re-ISO from Franke likely to come behind. So it's actually kind of an advantageous spot and definitely one to consider, but not quite enough hand. If he was double suited, I think it's a good one to gamble.
Yeah.
Because you might get a couple of the stragglers out behind once Franke, of course, goes for the rejam.
But let's say Matthias has jammed this one, Franke jams behind you with the non-suited ace. Yeah, what would John do?
It's a tough spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's argument for folding if you're up against 2 or more opponents.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, because there are other players behind as well. So you might be 4 ways, and then your aces with no suits.
You've got no suit, basically the nut low aces, yeah.
And now we can see.
This table only going to close when all of the money is in front of Franke or someone else, exactly.
Yeah, but look at this
Jake
now.
flops a set.
This is
He's
surely going to be...
loose.
Yeah, Martin is all in.
Martin's
of course,
all in. Yeah.
He's going to be with the top set.
Absolutely.
Bad
wow.
news. Set versus set. And do we have any flush draw? No. Except Martin then, but he's already also with
what a flop for Martin. Just absolutely drills it.
Yeah. definitely. And, well, only runner-outs or a 6 for Jake.
John is getting it in.
Oh, he is?
Oh my God.
Versus 2 sets. And he got one. Now it's John with 1 out because we know 1 ace is folded.
Gut shot, and there's not that much that his opponent could have hit behind. So I kind of understand that, to be fair, with just 1 player behind. John's going to need the offsuit 4 or the ace.
Oh,
not
board
to be
pairs,
the
and
board pairs.
Martin Karlåker wins a nice pot. I think he's only in for 500 or 600, and now he's up to 4K. 4.4. Nice one, Martin.
Tough situation there for John, because he's going to be doing okay-ish versus Jake, who's going to lead jam some 2 pairs and some straight draws.
Yeah.
But with the player behind there and no redraw, it's a tough spot.
It's
so
nice.
sick when you run into it.
You know, it's a nice game when you're playing 5-5, you're in hand number 12 or something. You win a 4.4K pot, and it's not the biggest one of the 12.
Yeah, exactly. And Frank is off to the bar.
Yeah, and I think we have 1 player giving up in seat number 4. And
yeah, so there's the seat for you, Mark, potentially.
Yeah, we'll see. Probably, as we said, there's a line for this table, but we'll see who'll be joining us. Right now, we're just letting Martin stack up all his new 1 chips, and we'll be ready to go with a new hand.
Average pot so far has to be like 1.5K, right?
Yeah,
it's just insane.
Absolutely. We don't have the exact, but we have 1 pot that was 90 euros,
that
but
really
the other one
pulls
has
down
been
the average,
way north of 2K, almost all of them. So, yeah. Big pots has been played, and big pots will come.
Will be played. Plenty more action, so don't go anywhere, guys.
Yeah, I'll see our title: Crazy Action and Straddles 5-5 PLO. It's not. They're not wrong.
I wrote that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought it was Karev that gave it, but okay, you're not wrong then.
No, I'm not wrong. No, you got to hit the Twitch algorithm when you got something to shout about. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Now then.
I imagine this could be the smallest pot, whilst everyone pretends to. Look
oh
interested,
yeah, no,
Frankie's
not
off the table. Classic.
What should we do now? Should we just eat some cookies until Frankie returns?
We got a limp from the small. Yeah, everyone's limping around. This is classic tactics.
Yeah. Somehow the action slowed down. I don't know why.
How much did Martin, the Valley Town guy, buy him for? 1K or
600?
600. Wow.
I think he's in for 600.
He's well up.
I'm gonna double check that, but I'm pretty
sure. He's making a run for the Cash Game Challenge.
He is. Absolutely.
Yeah, the only way Frankie can cool down his VPIP is certainly heading to the bar or going for a toilet break. Scott's flopped the second nuts, and he's going to bet out. Alexandros just gets out the way with the lone ace of clubs, and Sasha has 2 pair with the queen 7. Comes along. It looks like Sasha actually drove the action on the flop, and Scott is certainly PokerBra's reason to go for a bet here on the 4 clubs.
Yeah.
Good value for some straights, some sets potentially, worse flushes, plenty of hands that could potentially call you off, and Sasha gets out the way. So that's going to be a small pot of 135. So it doesn't beat the nut low record.
Actually, though, the 135 was including the river
the
bet, so there was a shared
so
low with a 90. No, it was 90.
It was 90.
Yeah,
okay.
so the shared low.
We've got 2 90 pots.
Yeah.
We've got a 5.5K. What was the biggest one? The 4.5K. We've had a 3.5.
Yeah.
Crazy for a 5.5.
And still no Frankie at the table, sitting out.
Yeah.
As is Martin, the other Martin also. Both of them in the bar. So
potentially.
So these guys has to drive the action themselves now then.
Yeah,
for a little while.
Whilst we're having a little quiet break, Dario Di Toffoli was the hero of the horse.
Oh.
The Italian. Coming over to win the horse event for 2.3K. Who else is there? Peter Laterra from Sweden. He came 8th, the Sviten master.
And the person playing in our stream right now?
PokerBras.
PokerBras, 10th.
Got
the
10th
horse.
for 300. 13 paid in that one, 2.3k going in the direction of the Italian, Dario Di Toffoli, who will get himself not only the 2.3k, but a personalized caricature from the festival. And
Yes.
it's Kelly Kellner that was the chip leader of the Day 1C. Wow.
Of course.
Wow, so he's taking through a massive stack of 116 blinds.
Wow.
Wow, surpassing all of the other guys, 349k. So we might be seeing him on the featured action on Saturday. Stay tuned for that one. All of the details of the schedule left to come here at the festival. Plenty more days left. Is over at thefestival.com.
So maybe I need to buy myself some sunglasses for that stream, because all the bling from Kelly is going to shine in our eyes,
got
right?
It everywhere,
yeah.
right? Gold watches, rings. It's crazy. So 165 in there. Who's got what? Is that a set? No. Scott has
Sasha with the straight, right?
Stasha's got the bottom end of the straight, absolutely. And Jon is using his 5 blockers as a bluff, blocking the bottom end of it.
And look who's back, Franke.
Oh, Franke. So that's music to the ears of everyone else.
Yes. Surely so. And for all of you 100 guys out there watching us right now, if you're just new to this stream and wondering what you are watching, this is the second hour just started of the Cash Game Challenge. And this is a 5-5 PLO game that's going to last for exactly 2 hours. And why it's limited is because we do have these sessions throughout the week. You can participate in any Cash Game Challenge, and you have the chance to win an added package to our next stop. But then you have to win the most number of blinds during a single 2-hour session. And the current record is from 2 days ago, 1,068 big blinds. Which means that someone in this game, if they are to surpass that note, they have to win 1,069 big blinds and more than, or more. So more than 5k has to be won, but Martin surely has the chance, as he's up about 3.8 right now. And stays in this hand with the King, Queen, 10-5.
Pure pleasure to watch, says Bayous69. It's a pleasure to have you in the mix. Mr. Leader and Unshook One as well. The lads have done their Jaegers. Yeah, I think that's probably what was a little bar break there.
Yeah.
A little sprucener.
Exactly.
Martin pops it up with the King Queen 10-5. He's on a hot run. Conventionally not the kind of hand you want to be opening from early position. 7-handed, but he's in there.
Yeah.
Still an open seat at the table. So Mark, if you're still watching, might be a great chance to jump in.
Now then, who favors this flop? 3-4.
Franke's got a gut shot and a pair. Martin has nothing. Sasha has the 2 pair with the flush draw.
Yeah, nice flop for Sasha. And Frankie actually checked it, so he goes check around.
Diamond on the turn.
Yeah, Sasha fills the flush.
And he's got, wow, the check mark 4 ways on the turn in an Omaha hand. That's quite rare.
Absolutely. But Frank is the one stabbing, of course.
Break.
Victory. Half blinds.
Now then.
Day 2. So Franke leads small on the turn with his Jack of Diamonds blocker, and Sasha comes along, and Sasha won't be going anywhere, but Franke doesn't know that, and he does check back, so gives up the ghost.
Nice give up by Frankie.
Yeah, he's aware that sometimes he can be getting trapped in these spots, and that his opponent isn't going to be flatting many non-flushes hands there, even just for the smaller size. So he does have some good table awareness, and he's not the type of guy that is just going to completely give it away. He loves to give the action pre-flop, but post-flop he is very well aware. A very strong card game player in general. Actually one of the best open-faced Chinese players in Europe. So he does know what's going on, but he just loves the action so much sometimes that it overexcites him, let's say.
Have you got him paid to say this on stream?
No, I'm a Franke fan. I am also on the payroll.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
That's not important.
Oh, looks like our Novibet friend is back.
Oh, he's back.
Jake, right?
Okay, yeah, lurking around.
Yeah, just now he went to the ATM.
Yeah, potentially. He's got the Balenciaga hoodie, so he's probably not short of a few bob.
Exactly. If that is not from Thailand,
yeah,
you never
could
know.
be. Could be from the Bangladesh street market.
It's either $15 or $1,500.
You taking the under or the over?
I'll take the over. I take the 1,500 bet for the Balenciaga.
Yep, back in for 500, representing Novibet with the cap and the hoodie.
Yeah, and those two guys in seat number 4 and 5, both of them Novibet players, and both Greek, I think.
Okay,
yeah.
Are they streamers as well? Or?
Jake Alitras and Alexandros Mishas is the guys from representing the Novibet team. I'm not sure whether they stream, but they do belong to Team Novibet, both of them. So
you can see the list of the partners atop of the table on our lovely scene there on Twitch.
Yep.
Got Novibet, so all of these partners for the most part were running satellites, and for you guys that are just thinking what the hell's going on here, I want to be in these cash games,
yes,
get yourself over to our partner sites and you can win your way to a festival stop in 2024, grinding through the steps. Don't need to be a big high roller. Certainly the steps start from a couple of euros, so
definitely
plenty of room for everyone.
Yeah, so if Frankie's plans goes as planned, it will be 4 stops next year, and this cash game challenge will absolutely appear on all of those stops. So plenty of chances to win Frankie's money.
That's for sure.
But then take George's advice then and don't play him heads up for pineapple, maybe. The open face.
Absolutely. Look at this for Franke. He's got himself a pair and an open end and a gut shot with the flush draw. Sasha has 3 hearts in his hand, so he's got the dominating flush draw right now, and Georgie has the king of hearts with the gutter.
Yeah.
So Franke goes for a massive pot-sized bet on the flop. Is Sasha going to have the minerals to get this one in here with just jack high? It's quite scary, but when you're up against someone like Franke, you can be dominating their flush draw.
Yeah.
And as you see, that is exactly what's happening here, but no other board interaction. 3 hearts could be dead to a king high or an ace high flush draw. Frankie could have the straight. Frankie can have all of the 2 pairs and the sets. That's why it's so difficult to play against this man, because you just don't know what he's got.
Yeah, I mean, this tough spot for Georgie here. He had got the big overpair and the deuce, but he's coming for it. Yeah, all right.
And I think now
this is making it hard for.
Yeah, going to get out the way now.
Yeah.
Does have a pair though. I just see he's got the deuce, so some of his 2 pair outs are going to be live, and he knows that Georgie's not going to have a straight when he takes this long, and it's quite an honest reaction that he's getting it in because he knows that Franke is going to be wide.
Yeah.
Franke now not giving anything away, staring at his chip stack, knowing that the rest of them will be going in.
Or is he sleeping?
Could be.
Table presence 100.
No,
he's wide awake.
Sasha gets out the way, and that's great news for Franke because his flush draw is live, and he does have 64%. 6 on the turn is bad news. And he does not find the improvement. So what a run out for Georgie there. Those kings holding strong.
Kings are good, Frankie says, and yeah, that's the case.
Mikey's going to be grinding through the satis on Party. That's a great one. Plenty of weekly packages available there through the steps.
Absolutely.
And Captain Hammer 1. To win Frankie's money at the table, you need to be drunk. Drunk or brave?
Yeah, one of the 2.
Absolutely.
I'll prefer brave among those 2, I think. But yeah. It's easier to be brave, perhaps, with some apple juices in the belly, but now is Jon leaving? No, it just sits back a little bit. Of course it's not leaving, not that easy. So, a new hand. Frankie losing a big pot, but still big stack. Surely to give action from the button, where he is positioned right now then, with Jon Kyte, Martin Karlåker in the blinds. Biggest winner right now, seat number 1, Martin Karlåker of Value Town, and also partner of the festival. They are streaming community, and they've had their own satellites on Puff, one of our partners, to send a few players to the stop. And Martin is here representing the community, Value Town. hit them up on Twitch or other channels if you want to read more about that. Swedish streaming community playing poker. And now then, next hand, straddle from seat number 2, and it's time for Scott Poker Bros. Nice hand.
Yeah, great hand. And he's going to go for the limp. He knows his customer. He knows that there's going to be
someone
almost always
someone is probably going to up in this one.
We wonder who.
Yeah, might be Sasha, the boss.
Yeah, let's see if Frankie... He does have the button, though. Frankie never turns down the chance to pop it up on the button. But you do see him sometimes versus an early position limp in the blinds, just complete.
Now then,
Sasha's
Matthias
got
made
ace,
it
king,
30.
queen, rainbow.
I think Sasha 3-betting, right? Yeah.
Oh, Matthias has popped it up with just giving away money with 9-5-5-3.
Can Frankie really resist the 4-bet with this hand? No, he can't.
No, he cannot. And that's great for Scott because the plan's coming together.
Yeah.
He's just going to get this one in double suited with the connectivity and the high pair. No way he's going anywhere.
No.
Georgie has also got a bit of a decision, but so much action ahead of him. It's already been a 4-bet pot. This is kind of the reason why it's difficult to sometimes get in the mix with when you double up, as he did previously. Now he's got 2.2k. He's at 1.5k effective with Franke, who he wants to get in there with, but there's other ranges to worry about as well that are likely to have him dominated. So he does make a good fold.
You can see one of the 3s blocked for Frankie. One of the outs he's looking for against Scott if they're all in.
Clubs though, not many clubs out there.
No, not many.
Just a single club in 3 hands.
Yeah. So we'll see. Likely to
Scott does,
go heads up.
Shuck it in.
Sasha now then, ace, king, and queen. Oh, Matthias is also going for it. Wow.
Absolutely lost his head here.
Oh, he has 2 caps on his head. One in each direction. And what do we do now?
Well, this is
Sasha.
what Frankie creates sometimes. He even induces players to do even crazier stuff. They gamble along with him.
Yeah. Wow, wow, wow.
And Sasha's in a rough spot now because he's just got no suit.
No suit.
Can easily be dead versus Scott, who's showing a lot of strength, and he is going to get out the way. I like that fold.
Yeah.
Frank is all in, obviously.
Disciplined fold for Sasha. And Frankie shows his hand as their 3-way all in. 2.6 in the middle.
Oh, there's a straight and a set.
A straight and a set.
Oh,
oops.
There's diamonds for Scott and Matthias.
Oh,
5's full.
Wow, Frankie with the both, but it's not enough.
Oh my God, he's got all sorts of full houses and straights, but he can't win. Matthias with the 5's full, getting it in with an absolute garbage holding, just gambling it up there and coming through on the river. Didn't have many outs by the river, did he?
Fortune favors the brain.
Certainly does. Frankie's got a deuce, he's got 2 5s and a 3. Frankie's got two 3s as well. There's just like not many outs there. Just impossible to go to sleep with this action. Absolutely right.
Yep, you're correct,
not going
sir.
anywhere.
Wow,
That's
wow.
for sure.
Viva.
Holy moly.
All right then. Frankie's stack is slowly dwindling. Or not that slowly, actually.
No. It's blasting around.
All right, Scott seems to leave the table. Is he coming back? We'll see about that. I'm sure we have other players waiting to get a seat otherwise. But right now we have a dealer change. And we'll be back in action just in a matter of seconds with new hand. And yeah, I think... How long we'll be playing now? Lost track of time now. So this is just too much.
Time is a myth when you're watching this kind of game.
Exactly.
As Bayes is also insinuating there as well. It's just so difficult to go anywhere. The action is just thick and fast, and it's exactly what you want. Myself, a lover of PLO, you don't get to see games like this run very often, and when you do, Franke is the man in the mix.
Yeah, I think we got at least 30 minutes left of this game, and surely it's going to be action.
We do love the Maniac moves, and unfortunate there with so much heart pre-flop not to hold that one up.
Yeah, and this hand was actually unfortunate against only a few outs against him, but one of them got there for Matthias, and yeah, maybe it's the milk he's drinking,
yeah,
right?
the milk he's drinking is starting to sour, maybe.
I think I recognize
Here's
this
Robert.
guy.
Robert, also from Sweden, right?
Is he?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, yeah, might be.
He's a big action player, played some pretty big games with him in Malta.
Yeah.
He gives a lot of action and he's pretty strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not afraid. He puts a lot of pressure on. He's a little bit less crazy pre-flop than Franke, which makes him also a very tricky opponent, of course, but he doesn't do stuff like this. You know,
Yeah,
like
we
with
had him on the
10-8,
stream
6-2.
the first day here before you arrived, and yeah, he was not playing too aggressive until the last 30 minutes or so,
then
20
he goes
minutes.
into hyper mode.
Yeah. He was chasing, but it didn't work out that time.
Nope.
We'll see if he gets back in this action to try to take it back. As Matthias now, is he coming with a 4-bet, or is he just calling Franke's he's acting out of turn, is he? We'll see. Right now it's Frankie at least popping it to 80. And we are on Georgie, the ace-king, 10-6, single-suited king.
Not sure what the hold-up is.
No, me neither.
Georgie considering whether to squeeze this ace-king 10-6 potentially. He's going to call. And that allows Jake in with the diamonds, which is bad news for Georgie, because if he does flop a couple of diamonds, he's going to be dominated, whereas if he squeezed here, might have been able to get rid of Jake.
Yeah.
And yeah, now after watching the way that Matthias and Franke have been playing, I think I'd have been driving this one, because Franke's now sat with 750. Matthias is playing, you know, only 4 cards. Ace-king 10-6 goes really high up in value versus that kind of table shenanigans. So Jake with the ace, looks like he's actually leading into the field here. Interesting play, rather unconventional.
Yeah.
With the weak ace, kind of a bluff really, trying to get a better ace to fold or trying to fold out some straight draws to deny some equity. And it's a tough spot for Georgie because his opponent's bet 4 ways, and you wouldn't really imagine him to have a hand like this, more the jack or some sort of ace with straight draws. And he does indeed fold.
Yep, so one of the smaller pots of the evening, and we go to the next hand. Seems like we have some straddles in place now.
Oh yes.
And Franke makes it 100 to go by the looks of it, raising blind. 80 at least. So 80 is the blind raise from Franke. As we get the cards delivered, we'll see what Jon Kyte, seat number 9, if he can find something to go for Franke's blind race. Nope. Now the order from Matthias is opening. The milk is now added with a Jägermeister.
Of course.
Making
of course it is.
U-boat. And now
Martin
familiar
with the premium.
face in seat number 3. This is Balázs. I think he came second, right, in our stop in Malta.
Oh yeah, the big guy.
In the main event.
The lifter.
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder what he's putting up on the bar.
Yeah.
5 plates on each side, I guess.
I would assume.
So Georgie's got a playable hand again. Ace, queen, 3 deuce, double suited, but he's just going to fold in the small blind there. All sorts of things can happen behind. Fair enough with the 3 deuce component. Alexandros out. Matthias has ace, king, 5-3. We know he's going to be in there. It's just whether he calls or raises.
Blocking one of the kings for Martin.
He calls. And we go 3 ways to the flop here in a rather modest €260 pot. And what do we have here? A bit of a swing and a miss for all players involved.
2 pairs for Frankie.
Oh, yeah. Bottom 2, a tricky hand to play on a wet board.
Yeah, and no flush draws for the other players, so we'll see if Frankie will get away here with the bet, perhaps. At least not expecting him to check this one,
No,
though.
he usually drives it with all sorts of hands and goes for the thin value and yeah, any kind of connectivity with the board, and sometimes even not. He's in there, so he goes for the pot. Martin has a gut shot with the backdoor flush draw and an overpair. He's not going anywhere. And he's hoping that Mateus doesn't have anything to shove in there, and he does not, of course, just with the ace-king high. So off to a turn. Fair fight, 50-50.
Yeah.
Can Franke find the magical 9 or the 4? He does not. The 8 of diamonds. So that brings a flush.
Yeah.
He's got 3 pair now.
Good card for Frankie, though, as Martin doesn't have any diamonds at all.
No.
So when Frankie stays aggressive, maybe he can get Martin off this one.
Oh no, he's just shoved it in.
Yeah.
And
Calling.
he's got 9 for 8, he says. And Martin's ended.
Oh, look at that one. Wow, this time
no,
the kings are against Frankie on the river. The one out, or the one single king left.
I think he did check call Franke. And I think Martin went for the bluff. But he had some equity and does indeed hit that equity on the river in the form of the king. So Martin's going to be up to 5.1k. He's in for 600 euro, guys.
So he's almost at 900. Yeah.
Yeah. So he
needs a few more.
He needs to win another 750 euros or so, and he's going to be the winner of the current winner of the Cash Game Festival Challenge. Sorry, the Cash Game Challenge.
That would be something to have the lead from the 5-5 game.
Absolutely, especially. And Franke is going to be reloading for the looks of 500 by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think so.
Not been the best start for Jon from Norway. He's ran into it. He was a big part of that huge spin up from Martin, who had the top set with the flush draw. And Jon had the aces with the flush draw blocker and ended up getting it in a massive pot with low equity.
Yeah. Right, guys. So we are now an hour and a half into this Cash Game Challenge. We are playing exactly 2 hours of this 5-5 game. So last 30 minutes for these guys now to amass some blinds, and especially Martin Karnåker then in seed number 1, who needs a few more to take the lead, as the current leader has 1,068 blinds up top in the leaderboard for that added package to the person who wins the most number of blinds during a single session. But right now, Frankie driving the action again.
Yep.
Restarting with
no
the 500.
Surprise. He pops it up with Queen 7-6-4 single suited. Jon's going to come along hunting.
Yeah.
With the ace 10-9 deuce. Nut suit to boot. Martin finds a way to get out of that.
Yeah, has to wait another hand to chase some more blinds to be won. And Balázs in seat number 3 is sitting out since he's stuck between the button and the blinds, so he'll have to wait another hand to play. And right now, Alexandros calling with the King Jack 10-7.
And Matthias, he's been in a lot of the pots here. Jack 10-3 deuce, double suited.
Yeah. And now his special order of Milk and Jägermeister is coming to the table as well.
Yeah, and certainly driving some of his action as well. Looks like he's taking this one upstairs. He makes it 130 to go with the Jack 10-3 deuce. Having a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, I'm interested to see is he going to do that Jägermeister and Milk together or separately? What do you think? What's your bet?
I think it's all in one concoction, I think. And Jon's going to get squeezed out of this one, I think, because Franke goes for the little click back, which means that the option is still available for Matthias to re-raise. So lots of things to consider for the Norwegian. I think he's just going to fold, and yeah, the cards. Oh no, the cards are still there. He's peeled. Fancies a gamble. He says, "I don't think you've got the balls, Matthias, to go for the repot."
Yeah, we'll see about that.
And he's in position.
Yeah, he did put them in one glass. So the fantastic combination of Jägermeister and milk is being had from Matthias. We'll see what that makes him do at the tables.
Franke's favorite Hold'em hand. 7 deuce.
Yeah.
Deuce 3 suited. Does too much for a premium, actually, I think. So we do go 3 ways to the flop. Jon happy to see that Matthias didn't go for the re-raise. And what do we got here? We got a piece for Franke. He's got a middle pair with the backdoor flush draw. Jon has the bottom pair with the backdoor draws. Matthias has bottom pair with backdoor hearts.
Matthias goes for the bet.
He bets half Franke's stack, I think.
He does, yeah.
Franke folds.
Oh,
he's got a 7.
Oh.
Jon comes along.
Tight
bottom
fold.
pair with the backdoors. Looking for some improvement, and he does improve to 2 pair, but it's an interesting card because now Matthias has a gut shot, with a double gut shot with his flush draw.
Yeah, both of them 2K deep, so...
Joakim, welcome.
Hello, Ylva. Hvordan går det? We just had the beautiful little animal that she just put in the chat as an emoji. We saw it earlier on Jason Kiselis, among others, wearing it on the interview.
Flying all the way over from down under.
Yeah. And Joakim, also a Twitch streamer for Coolbet, so make sure you hit her channel up as well if you want to have more poker streamers to follow. The poker bros that we had on this table, and Joakim among others, and maybe many of these streamers are here in Bratislava playing this festival stop.
Look at this run out. Matthias ends up backing into 2 pair, bricks all of the premium draws, and ends up with bottom 2.
Yeah.
And Jon has the 9 deuce.
So finally a hand to be won by Jon Kyte. It's been on the losing end of many hands so far. Started out with 5K on the table, and now it'll be at least be up to 3.6 if there's nothing more to be added in this pot. So let's go check.
Yeah, and Jon's going to be happy to take that one down. Might have been a little bit concerned on the turn, but did station with the 2 pair. Fair enough. Lots of potential draws out there, lots of barrels. Your opponent might be barreling hands like, well, he's not going to have aces because he would have re-raised pre, but he can definitely have some combo draws as he had. So nicely played from Jon. Jesus, the table audio is so loud. It's difficult to getting a bit of a headache here almost.
Yeah. We've been not complaining, but we've been talking. No, but I mean, the other days we've been saying there have been rather quiet tables.
Yeah.
But this one is not. So
how many conversations have we got going on one table?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and some are in numerous conversations. The same guys.
Wow.
Well, we'll see. I think there's plenty of more action to be had at this table before we close for the night. We're about 20-25 minutes until we call it a night, as we are playing on the time limit. Exactly 2 hours are the rules for this cash game challenge. They have exactly 2 hours to amass as many big blinds won as possible. And of course that's counted also with your eventual reload. So the total amount you're in for will be deducted from your end game. Once it's done, then we will calculate how many blinds each player has won or lost, but it doesn't count that, of course. No, we're just looking for winnings to have the added package for our next stop, as Frankie now has limped or raised to 25.
Just got some news from a friend of mine who's just made the final table of the 1K high roller.
Oh.
And it's Michel Molinar.
Ah,
yeah,
of course.
Molinar, as we say in England.
All right then.
And he's got a big stack, and just asking him for some details of the other players on the table.
Yeah. Cool, and they're playing the other one out tonight, right? Until
Absolutely
the end.
right.
Yeah. 1 day event, the 1K no limit hold'em high roller. As Frankie now. The jacks. And welcome to the table, Balázs.
Balázs.
Seat
and
number
he
3.
Sits down and he's got a premium already. He's going to be potting this one up for sure. Ace, Queen, 10, 8 double. Yay, it's what dreams are made of.
Yes.
Mr. Leader, 8.05. With the best pot.
Oh. Yeah. We might get there, Mr. Leader. We'll see. We'll see. Current is 5.5, right? Still? Did we have a big one now? Still 5.5.
Yeah, he's hoping that he gets a bigger one, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now
go,
some confusion on the table now then. But we will have a 4-bet from Matthias with the 10-7-7-4.
Wow.
Frankie now is, of course, all in with the 250 that he has left. And the Balázs sat down with 1,000. Cost him another 110. And I think, of course, it's going to stay in. Does he want to go for another race?
Sure. I'm not sure. Is he allowed to? He
is.
There is room. Okay, so yeah, definitely.
First hand, all in.
Definitely wants to be getting this one in for 1K. Monster hand, 3 ways here.
What about
Franke with all of the equity though? Must be due to the folded cards.
Yeah.
But yeah, usually you'd see Balázs here having way more than 28% in 3 ways versus these 2 holdings. Let's see if Franke can find a way to win. And that's a great board. He's holding so far. 9 of clubs brings him a flush draw as well. He's got Matthias's flush draw covered. And it's going to be the king of clubs on the river. Franke triples up.
Small pot though for him. But yeah, at least now 765 in front of him after this hand.
Yeah,
what about the side pot? It's Matthias, right?
Matthias finds a way to win the side pot, and
Balázs unlucky then. The very first hand.
Those 2
costs him 1,000
holdings.
Reach to the pocket.
Straight back. Yeah, I think he's
fortunate
not sure
for him. He had a few more bills in his pocket, so
yeah, he plays pretty high stakes, I think.
Yeah,
and judging from the way he played on some previous streams, he's definitely someone to watch out for. He's going to be a strong player.
Yeah.
So Franke maybe surmounting a challenge there, fighting back from the death.
Yeah, we'll
got himself 7-6-5. That's going to get spun in the next probably hand, maybe 2.
Yeah, I think he's in for 2K, Franke?
Yeah, I think 4 bullets so far.
So we'll see whether he gets in the green or not in the last 20 minutes or so that we have left of this challenge now then.
Yeah, plenty of action to come for you guys. If you thought it was crazy before, it's going to get crazier. And
we can definitely promise you some action the last 20 minutes because
it's almost guaranteed at this point.
Yeah. We'll see, and it's of course, I'm not sure if he's aware, but it's Martin Karnocker,
picking his
number
nose.
1.
The other guy, Matthias.
Yeah, but Martin is in the lead in terms of blinds on this table, but he's not at the top right now in the rankings. He needs a few more blinds won if he's gonna secure or at least take the lead in the race for the package. We have this cash game challenge will also be played in the upcoming days, so this is not the final session. I think we're streaming maybe some cash game on Saturday as well.
Yeah, there's going to be some high stakes coming across the weekend. We need to tie that in with the tournament schedules, so we're going to leave that up for on the day.
Yeah.
But there will be some 10-10 Hold'em and PLO coming for you guys, so stay tuned for that one. All of the details will be over on the live blog at thefestival.com.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Balázs back-to-back hands that he's going to be getting in the mix with. Ace 10 8 4 double. He's going to pop it up to 40. Jake comes along for the ride with the Ace Jack 8 single. Pretty strong hand. Alexandros once again. King King Queen Deuce. So 3 pretty strong hands here. And Matthias is going to come along for the ride as well. Not such a strong hand, but from the way he's played, a little bit of a premium for him. Sasha now fancies his chances with the Jack 10-6-5. I think that's a bit adventurous when you know that this is coming and you've got such a weak hand. You really want to be careful in these like multi-way, super aggressive spots where Franke is going to be squeezing a lot to just waste the 35 euros here.
Balázs goes for the 4-bet.
Yeah, not surprised. And now Jake's in a really tough spot, because he's going to have to play for his entire stack. And he's got a good hand, but he might just...
And I think actually he just added some money to this hand. So he just bought in for like 500 more just for this hand. So he stays out.
Does Alexandros have the minerals to stick it in? He doesn't have the nuts, but he's going to have a pretty decent hand. But with the multi-way action, he might be a little bit worried. And he does get it in. Fair play. Good man. So
we can
see people shy away from those spots sometimes.
Frankie,
but you got to take them in these games.
Not the best hand for Frankie. Blocked by a lot of other cards, so only 11% equity for the man himself. But I assume he will not be folding when it gets over to him.
No.
So expect Frankie to be in this one.
And what are his ways to win the pot? I mean, he's got the potential straight, I guess. The club's no good. He's got the 10-9 two pair potentially.
Why not a pair of fives?
Yeah, trip fives.
Trip fives. We'll see. But
let's see if Frankie can find a way out of jail here. He's got 16% equity, multi-way, Balaz. And
open-ended for Frankie. Gets there on the turn.
And he's got him dead.
Oh. Wow.
He's got him dead.
Triple up for Frankie.
There's the 10-9, and Kings is going to win the side pot by the looks of things.
Yeah. Wow.
So Frankie is up to 2.4k, we know that for sure. And Balaz once again just gets felted in the side pot action and doesn't hit multi-way. Needed a 9 for a chop.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Balaz, it's 2 hands and 2 swings and a miss.
Just going to take a quick break.
Yes, you're going to miss a big pot. We'll see as George is off to just a short break. I'll still stay with you, and of course we're going to follow all the action. I think we have about 20 minutes left of this as Balaz now reaches for some reload money. He just sat down 2 hands ago. Unfortunately for him, he's been on the losing end of these 2, so his 3rd buy-in now. And it looks like he's in for another 1,000 then, so 3,000 total for Balaz. And he'll be struggling to be the winner of the number of blinds at least, but of course there's chances for him to at least get back into the green, as we have a few more hands to play left of this night, and surely it's going to be action-packed. Frankie now actually is into the greens. He is in for 2k, and I think he has 2.4 right in front of him, something like that. We'll see in the graphics soon. And now then, Jon Kyte is straddling, so we'll have the action for Martin Karlnocker in seat number 1 coming up. Yeah, Balaz adding another 1,000 from buying from Martin, and now all 2 chips are correct on the table, and Martin with the ace-7, 4-3, 3 diamonds, folding that one. Not a particularly good hand in an early position, especially not against this table. There will be action as Balaz comes with the raise, makes it pot, and Jake now with the ducks. Martin, of course, comes with the re-raise, 3-bet. Sorry, Matthias. And Frankie comes along. Looks like a call only though from Frankie. We'll still get the graphics for you soon. Matthias in picture. And George is back just in time for the next flop.
Oh, let's see. So Franco's in there. He's got a premium.
Of course he has.
Jack 9 deuce. He's got the middling, the flush draw. He's got the lone deuce, and that's coming into his advantage as he flops a pair.
Balaz hand is a secret for it right now.
Bit of a tough start. Bought in for 1k twice already, and he's on his 3rd bullet, I think.
Yep, correct.
George is trying to get a seat. How did you know?
Yeah, I think ran out, just trying to squeeze in there.
I did have a little look over to the outer table to see what was popping.
Yeah?
Franco was in the toilet taking a piss, singing.
Singing! Perfect.
He's always in a great mood, whatever the result.
Yeah, exactly, of course. Now then, not much for Frankie here, except the deuce. but it's Matthias with the pair of fives, open-ended, and Balázs hand is right now a mystery for us. But he's betted Balázs 225. What about Frankie folding? So looks like Balázs at least gets to win a small hand, small pot. That's the case. And we move the button for another hand. So guys, just get the inside. We have 12 minutes left of this session, so 12 more minutes to play before we end this one. So still the biggest pot is 5.5, right? So we'll see if we get another record or so before we go. 12 minutes more.
Yeah, so the official VPIP, we might get the VPIP information pop up. Sometimes you do on the stream, but the official VPIP will be less than 100. But the actual VPIP he's been in every hand, mostly in an aggressive fashion. I think there was one hand that he just overlimped.
Yeah, true.
And apart from that, it's been pop, 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 and fun, fun, fun.
Yeah.
What have we got here? We got some straddles going?
I think we had a raise
and a call.
Georgie and a call. Matthias apparently has a plan. Some Finnish being spoken at the table. Frankie sits quiet. Of course, he want to get in the mix, as Matthias has made it 80 to go. And what is Frankie's decision? Raise, of course. With the lovely hand of Queen Jack 4-3. At least it's a double suit, so not the worst hand. We'll see what hands he gets to come along. Georgie folding, Jake then. He calls. So Matthias, King 8 and ducks. Expected to call. Or will he do something even more creative with this fantastic hand? Takes his time.
I have not come all the way here to fold, and he's definitely true to that one.
Yeah, sipping some Jägermeister milk.
Yeah, for a little bit of Dutch courage.
Yes.
So 340, and Frankie has got a lovely hand. Quite playable considering his standards.
Absolutely.
Double suited, got a little bit of high and low connectivity, so you never see it coming, but he can flop all sorts of equity here. And he does flop a boat!
Oh,
and he's led. And this is the dangerous part of Frankie. When he's got a hand, he's not going to hammer the brakes. He is going to drive, drive, drive. And it's so hard to play against. And look at this. Matthias is going to come along with a pair of twos. What on earth?
No respect to Frankie. But yeah. This is trouble.
Float him.
This is trouble for Matthias.
They've only got like 3/4 pot back.
Oh, all right.
He's just got it in absolutely dead.
Wow.
And let's see.
Ouch for Matthias.
Let's see whether the table demeanor changes now, because it's all fun and games until you're trying to be the hero, you're floating with no equity, shove the turn, get absolutely snapped, and he gets made to look like a bit of a fool in this spot. Frank is saying, come on, show the cards. I tried to bluff with absolutely nothing. The full unblockers. What the hell was that?
Yeah.
And this is just the power of playing Franke's style. Sometimes, just sometimes, you flop the goods and you induce another player at the table to make a ludicrous move. Wow.
Wow, wow.
That was an absolute dust.
Yeah, so 4.6 in that pot. No new record, so you're still at the biggest pot, 5.5k, because we had a guessing game going on earlier. The person guessing closest to the biggest pot will make sure to have you send some merchandise from the festival. Right now, I think it was Slasktratt who had the exact amount, 5.5. Well, we'll go through the chat later and see exactly that we award the correct person. But maybe 5.5 will not stand as the record. We still have 10 more minutes or so to play. And, well, Franke with a big stack in front of him, surely it's going to be able to play some big hands. We'll see.
Honestly, I know what's going to happen next to him. I think it's going to be much more interesting if it was a pre-flop cap. I'm not kidding.
Oh, God. No, this is not the way to play. You sit there for 2 hours, you book a losing session, and you start complaining about the size of the game. You know what you're in for here.
Yeah.
You know, you sit down, you're going to get 3-bet every hand. You got to play. Don't just go out there moaning like a little girl. No, this is not the way to play this table. There needs to be a bit of decorum. You're being gifted premium action here. There's people in the casino that would give their right arm for a seat in this game.
Correct.
And now you're saying because you booked a losing session that the game should be capped pre-flop. It's pathetic, to be honest. I'm not going to take that.
Agreed. Well,
didn't know Bratislava handed out free money. What a great city, says Yehuda. Franke with a big stack and pot, pot, pot. Exactly. And this is why you've got to retain face when you book a loss, because you know the game's going to happen again. This isn't going to be the last time this kind of game starts here at the festival. And you know, to just sit there complaining about it, saying that the game's too big or it needs to be capped pre-flop, it's out of line. The player saying that is Sasha in seat 6.
7, right?
7. Are they 9-handed? Yeah, they are. Sorry,
Yeah.
Seat 7. Yeah.
Now then, look at Frankie.
Wow.
It just disappeared, but we saw aces, and Sasha has kings. So, well, this might be another action hand, of course. And Matthias, King Jack 9-7.
Frankie's got aces.
Yeah, he does.
That's a rare sight.
No suit. Yeah, he got one single suit. And
Exactly, Mr. Leader.
Sasha is all in.
Sasha's all in with the kings. He's in tough shape, and he's going to get taught a lesson here.
You might say that karma hit Sasha,
exactly.
but
Instant karma. That's what we like to see here. No complaining.
although we will have to see the board first before we
he's
say
losing his
something.
head.
But
He can't take it.
now then,
3 on the turn. No flush draws about. Needs a low card. Does Franke, and the aces hold.
3-way pot, aces hold. Another big one for Frankie.
Matthias flopped the wrap. Low, and Franke wins with the pair of aces. Sasha can't beat it. He's got 7-3. No straight, no 2-pair. And Franke's giving him a piece of his own.
So now actually Frankie is threatening the lead. I think he's in for 2K. He's at 6.1 right now. So he's up
Was that
4K.
a 6.1k pot?
No. That's the total that he had. It was just 2.1 in this pot. So no new record for the biggest pot, but still Frankie now is up for 4K.
Okie dokie.
Which means that in terms of number of blinds.
800.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he needs to win another 300 blinds to be the leader in the cash game challenge, and Sasha's going to hit the rail after losing his head a little bit there.
2 pairs I can straight for you. That's so. How much?
Wow.
Right then.
Wow,
Next
it's all
hand.
happening here. We've got people tilt quitting the game.
Is it last hand?
Now, so this
oh,
could be
okay,
chaos.
Mr. Leader, hold on to your whatever.
Is Frankie going to destroy them? He's in, we know that for sure. And we've got to straddle up to 40 by the looks of things.
So this might be the last hand of the evening. And it seems like Kite is here to gamble.
He's not having much fun, Kite, by the looks of things. That was a very serious looking, kind of pissed off face. He's got 3.3k. Right.
Well, does he? We'll see.
Yeah.
As Martin now seems to... No, he folded, right? Yeah. Holding on to his big stack. Now then, Balázs folding. Matthias, surely not going anywhere with the great hand of King 10, 8 deuce.
The monster hand. They've written articles about this hand online. It's so powerful. And there it is. He's all in for 500. Bit of a head loss from him. Shoved it in, drawing dead versus Franke. And now looking to claw some money back here with a kind of desperate all in laid on in the last hand. Franke has a double suited powerhouse. 8-7, 6-3 double. And John has 3-betting with the ace 10-9-6 double. Really good hand, multi-way, facing this kind of action. And Franke is saying, how much have you got? Is Franke going to repot? Or is...
No, Frankie counting out.
Can he repot? Because what was the raise size for the last raise? John made it. Frankie made it 100.
Yeah, and
John
he made it 350.
So 250. So he can't raise. He's got a call, right?
Yeah.
No, you can play with the cigarette. But come back after what comes.
Let's see. Not sure what Frankie's doing right now. Counting all. Okay, apparently it's a re-raise and all in from Jon as well.
Wow. What's going on?
I'm not sure, because if we are correct, he should have been able to raise there, but
no,
I'm not sure
what's
happening.
It was a 100 to 350 to 500, so there's
We're not
no
sure,
raising.
guys, but this is at least the biggest pot of the evening. You can see the count, 7.7.
Who had the guesses? I think Mr. Leader had 8K.
Yeah, he had 8K. I'm not sure if we have someone that is closer, but...
This is the last hand, so this is 7.7 in the middle.
And this is a chance for Frankie actually to take the lead. If he wins this hand, he'll be leading the lead. Oh, look at this for a flop then.
Oh my word, he's flopped the spades for the live side pot. There's a 7, so he's going to have himself a pair with a gut shot now.
Flush draw for the slower one.
Oh, and it's the king high flush for Franke and Matthias. Franke's got a 6-3 for the side pot.
For the side pot, yeah.
John gets felted, and Matthias wins the 1.5k main pot. Holy moly.
So Frankie's total count is 8.7.
So easy. I gave you 500. I already gave you 500.
And Mr. Leader is going to win the hat, so we need to get Mr. Leader involved.
We'll definitely fix that for you.
Yeah. I will message now just to make sure that we get that out for you. Drop us a message on one of the Facebook or the Instagram would be the best way to go, and we'll sort that out.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll sort that. I do know who Mr. Leader is, so we'll surely we'll fix that for you. And yeah, what a game.
What a game, and what a massive bit of action here at the festival. This game will be spilling onto the outer table, and we're going to be playing long into the night in this one, that's for sure.
All right, so the game is done for today.
That's the game
And
done
yeah, right now Frankie should be the leader of this cash game challenge.
Wow.
We'll have the leaderboard updated
so what
for
happens
you.
with the package? That goes to second place? Or
Yeah, we'll see.
He's going to be there anyway.
I think Frankie will find a way to do some lottery if he wins it. And I think that I know that he won the package and a lot of stuff and gave it away in some fun fashion. So yeah, surely he will find a way if he is to be the winner when we summarize the week.
Appreciate you all tuning in.
Yeah, let's say. Thank you all for tonight, right?
And yeah, look at that.
Here we are.
We're
still awake, guys.
There. We're still here. We're still in the mix. All work and no play, says Mr. Lido. Well, it's just play. That's for sure here. As Frankie amasses a win of, well, he takes the lead. What was it in big blinds in the end? 1,200?
I think something like that, right?
1,200 big blinds
should
for
be.
a €6,000 profit after being in for 4 bullets in the space of about 5 minutes.
Wow.
Crazy spin up from Mr. Frankie. And the game will be playing long into the night here at the festival. Check out all of the details of the cash game action over at bankocasino.sk for the tournament schedule over on thefestival.com, and that's going to be it for us tonight.
So we'll be back tomorrow, more streaming, and then we'll have some tournament action, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Right? But stay close, look at our socials, and we'll have the updates and times coming to you.
Good night from us here at the festival on Thursday night. Cheers, guys.
Take care, guys. Bye.